set up.
Ooh. That's great news. Multi-Twitch stream stuff. I like it.
Yeah.
The next question is how do we get it connected, or is it already doing that?
It's already set up to go live.
Oh, okay.
I can shoot a link over. You can look at it, see if you want. It doesn't seem like it shares the
Chat.
Combine both our chats together, but it just shows both of us. So.
Well, that's cool that it's just set up that way. Well, that makes life way easier.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's. Oh yeah, music. Dodoy. What was I thinking? I was trying to bring that up when I went live accidentally too early. Let's see. I want to do.
Doesn't share chat. I swear I saw people doing that somehow. I'll do more Googling.
Quick Googles. Google as fast as you can.
Yeah, the first thing I looked up said that the thing that Boy Band was talking about was being retired. So I'm like, okay.
Ooh, piano Linkin Park. Let's go. Oop, that's a little bit loud. There we go. There we go. Not too loud, not too soft, just right. Goldilocks that stuff. Alright. Gotta go back and forth for chats. Yeah, let's see if we can get those combined. That'd be dandy.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. I'm gonna do hair layer for a little bit. I wanna make this man a little bit more fuzzy, I think, because that was one thing when I was doing my stuff for the update, that he was like, oh, he doesn't feel as hairy as he should. He needs more fur. The one thing I am gonna do, let's turn the symmetry on this. I ain't gonna paint this like a billion hairs in this dude.
Oh, there you go.
Do we got dual?
We got it going, yeah.
Nice. Oh, I guess I should, just in case I should, well, I guess you got posted in there, and if we're dual streaming, that should, I don't even know how that works, whatever.
Oh, the bot pinged you, so.
Nice.
We're good. It's all sorted out. Pulling up both chats so I can keep an eye on.
Oh, we don't get the dual chat, huh? That's fine. Well, I'll jump into yours too, then that way I can at least, they can just go to your chat and that's fine. Cool. Then they don't have to jump back and forth. Unless they want to say bad things about you in my chat, and then that's totally acceptable.
Yeah, I will never know. JD says there's a thing called stream together, but to my knowledge it just brings in someone's webcam and features them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were doing before, just more manually. I was hoping, I mean, this works. This works pretty good, actually. Just, We'll have to. I don't know. I think this is fine. Don't need to overcomplicate things.
Like I was saying, we could always get more fancy with it in the future. This works okay for now, you know.
Yeah.
And this works just because we get maximum resolution for both streams, right? So.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because it's not the 2-in-1 thing. Probably isn't. I don't know if it's a good viewing experience versus.
Well, people in chat can ask, do they want tiny windows with both of our faces on one screen in one stream, or would they rather have this? There you go. The other question I have is, what happens when we do the replay? I'm sure it's just a replay for us, but whatever.
It's just gonna be mine, I guess.
Yeah.
With your voiceover.
Well, I mean, they can always, I guess, go to my stream or whatever. I don't know. Because it's going to record it, right? It's going to get posted.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
YouTube, though.
True. Well, yeah, I don't really do the YouTube thing, so this is fine.
That's the only downside, I guess. That's close up to your face, but no art. Guess what you're drawing at. You just gotta look at the reflection on my glasses.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you'll be even more surprised when you get in the game and start fighting and stuff.
Kind of glad we're gonna do the dual stream here today, because tomorrow I'm gonna be at a soccer game, a football game tomorrow. So I'm kind of glad I get to do the streaming today. I mean, unless I get back and it would be a late stream probably tomorrow. Well, it might be around the same time. I'm not sure.
You spectating or playing? I'll post the link again. Anybody's rolling in, bigger, watch both of them at the same time. Yeah, I wonder. Wait, Ben, do you know if there's like a limit to how many folks you can do this with? You know, we could do like a whole thing like this one took. Hey, I wonder if we could do like a playtest like this. It'd be crazy.
I'm pretty sure they set it up exactly that way, just so you can, like, play games together with your friends, get all of their reactions. So I'm pretty sure that there is no... I mean, maybe there's a limit to it, but, I mean, they set it up specifically for people to be able to do stuff like this, so, yeah.
Yeah.
So weird drawing hair on a dude's... I am not a very hairy individual, so it's like, it's weird to me. I do not have those fur issues.
Okay, so I guess we could do everything. He says a ton, so that's number of them.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's... Yeah.
That'd be interesting to do one time.
I'm pretty sure it's for stuff that, yeah, exactly. Or like, what are they? Like extraction shooters or, you know, having that many people on screen simultaneously kind of thing.
Yeah. Mario Kart, there you go. I could take a look at it later, get the people on it. You have a whole support staff in there somewhere, right? we got a whole company.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right behind me. You just don't... They're about right behind the door.
I swear it's not just two Sean's and a Kencho working on this game. Fine Possum says, when Eminem comes out, I want to have all my 40-year-old buddies come over their computers and we set up a LAN party in the living room and eat Cheetos and pizza. And I'll have my mom come over and yell at us to keep being too loud.
Keep the noise down? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I guess the next step would be to get like a cardboard cutout of Sean and have him be like, rig up like an animatronic thing that pops up behind me or something.
Uh-huh.
It trigger with the channel points or something.
Make it chonky.
Yeah. Just slaps me or something.
No, just like it would do like the little hand wave, and then you could have like the little like jaw just open up and down. Make it chonkier.
I've put a very high price on that.
Mm-hmm. Get rid of like a little bit of this test hair that I was doing on this arm. Just quickly was like, what would this look like? I was like, ooh, I like that.
I was at the grocery store yesterday, and there's like a cardboard cutout of some dude from NASCAR, I presume. He's in like a race car outfit or something, and you know, just kind of standing there selling beer cans and stuff, and had to chuckle because someone had done the old draw out one of his teeth in a pen trick. Like, oh, I haven't seen that in a while. Good old teenagers doing stuff.
Oh, silly kind shenanigans. Oh man. Player size shield toenails.
It's a good idea, actually.
Trying to think of a chitin plated shield.
I was thinking like a ring, like a giant's ring could make a cool helmet or something, like some sort of circlet.
Yeah, technically you would think it would be the circlet of giant strength, not the belt of giant strength, because, you know, a giant's belt is massive. You know, but yeah, their little ring or something like that. Their nose ring of giant strength would be like, you know.
Hey, Lisa. Post this again. As people come in and say, hey, I'm gonna start posting that. Say some news is showing up.
Oh, gotcha. Because we are doing the dual stream. Trying out this new multi-stream thing.
Yeah.
Newsflash, how dare you being side-scaling items into my fantasy game?
No, Jordak, that's the point though, is a giant, the size of a giant's knuckle would probably be about the size of like a belt or a helmet or something, so giant ring you could probably wear in your head. So you just make a giant ring, put it on a player, but probably have to be modified a little bit anyway. He says, yeah, guest star was renamed to Stream Together. I don't keep up on that stuff. So I was vaguely familiar with Stream Together, but not enough to think about using it for today. Hmm. Nice one, hairy boy you got there.
I mean, he's getting there. The question is that too much? You know? Like... You know what I mean? I mean, it is on its own layer, so if we need to, like, just nix it, we can, but... I might need to redo this chest area too, because it's a little bit blended out, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I need to do that for the whole thing, or what I need to do there, but...
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I kind of want to give him like the Ren and Stimpy, like hyper realistic photo kind of feel to it.
But those,
it's not so much for a gross zoom in. Sorry, you just comment on that. Like I keep zooming in on his hairy nipple. It's just the area that I'm working on by chance. It's not like I'm trying to do a gross zoom in. It's just so happens to be there.
yeah, those have like a, I'm trying to think of the, they have like a specific name. I don't remember what it's called. Those, I honestly mix those from...
Oh, the hyper realistic shots. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they still do them in other animations. Just Ren and Stimpy was the first one to do it, right? Like to create that shot.
SpongeBob did it too.
There's a name for those.
Areolas.
It's not exactly the. That's the name of the body part area, but not exactly the name of the shot.
So then he says, you remember that episode of Ren and Snoopy where Ren prays the giants swimming out off the crowbar?
Yes,
Sleep. I don't remember that. Well,
I do.
I didn't watch that show.
Oh, shame. It's so good.
Now, maybe one day I'll go back and try and...
It was like, I'll be real, it was like a better version of, well, it was just a different version. Like SpongeBob tries to kind of pull off some of the things that Ren and Stimpy like laid down, but it's just like, it's so hard to beat the original. When you watch Ren and Stimpy for the first time, you're like, oh, that's where this show got that idea. Oh, that's where this show got that idea. All right, they were kind of the pioneers for the whole thing.
Yeah. Hey, Snow, how you doing? Trying to incite violence with your pineapple there?
Powder Toast Man was indeed the best man. Also the horse. The horse was always great too.
didn't, like I said, I didn't watch too much. I didn't really watch that show. Either wasn't on, or I was just stressed out by it and didn't watch it. But I feel like it wasn't on when I was watching stuff. But one show that I did watch and I've watched since is Rocko's Modern Life, and that's the whole thing. That's a good show.
Amazing show.
It's not as, I mean, it is a little bit gross actually. They do a lot of weird stuff, but like, but they don't have any of those.
They do whenever they have the devil character. They always do those like goofy zoom ins on him, like especially his butt and stuff. Like they always do that in Rocco's. Oh, you don't? Yeah, that happens a couple of times. You don't?
They do the no.
They do. Oh, dude, he was like, what? Like, I love that. He was like one of my favorite characters in Rocco's.
I don't remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the fleas. They do a lot of stuff with the fleas.
The new Rocco was also alright. I don't know if you saw the new Rocco movie that they had put out.
No.
Ah.
Didn't know they. Oh, maybe I did hear about that, and I just haven't seen it. It's like a reboot, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that yet.
Yeah, it is new. It was pretty good.
I'll have to look into that. I think I remember, now that you mention it, I remember like seeing like a promo or something, but I don't think I've seen it.
Oh! I was wrong. It wasn't on Rocco's. It was on Cow and Chicken. That's why I got a little bit mixed up. Yeah.
Yeah.
God. Yeah, well, it was around the same time, right? So that's why it was, that was why it was fresh in my head. That was another great show.
And that one I didn't watch much, so. But I think the devil on that show kind of sort of is vaguely familiar.
His name is Red Guy. Actually, he's not actually called the Devil.
The devil from the Powerpuff Girls is pretty.
He wasn't in Devil. You mean him?
Yeah.
Him. Yeah, him wasn't the Devil. Totally different. He was just red.
Well, I mean, he was kind of a devil character. It wasn't like straight up the devil, but
True.
kind of very, very devil-like features, like in the face.
Well,
Hands and,
yeah.
I think if you asked anybody, is that the devil, they'd probably say yes. Devil-like, at least. I don't know. Fiendish, for sure.
True.
Actually, Mojo Jojo is one of the characters I'd like to, like, that's on my list of, like, one of these days it'd be fun to model that character kind of thing.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Cool dude.
Just remember his helmet thing is actually like a helmet. You know, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. Like it's got its brain in there.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't there? Sean had like a story actually about Powerpuff Girls. One of the guys in his guild was an animator on the show, and they put like the guild name. He put the guild name, the acronym of the guild, in part of the movie. It's like the license plate of a bus had
Nice.
the guild acronym, and I looked at, because I had it, so I looked it up, and it's true. I sent out a screenshot to Sean. So, yeah, there it is.
Nice. My only Powerpuff Girls story that I have was when my buddy and I in college would watch it religiously just while we were doing homework and stuff, like when we'd hang out and just yuck it up and, you know, drink and have a good time, and do art. And then, so we would, there was apparently like, this was when Cartoon Network was really big, right? And for like months, it was like, you know, you could enter to win a Powerpuff Girls guitar, right? And he's like, oh, I'm going to so enter that and win it. And I'm like, no, you're not in a million years, right? Like, there's going to be so many people that are like, that apply for that thing. Sure enough, a month later, they're like, and you win. So he won one of these super special Powerpuff Girl guitars, and he still has it. He has it like mounted on his wall. It's pretty dope.
That's cool. Did you enter and then like a drawing? Or
Yeah, it was just straight up drawing. Yeah.
Oh, lucky guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was in the 2002 Daisy Rock Powerpuff Girls Heartbreaker electric guitar.
Alrighty then.
Alrighty then.
Think about. Well, I think I need to blend the tail section a bit more. There's a bit of a.
Yeah, I was thinking a little bit lighter on the top, just to kind of get just a little bit of light in there, you know, because you have kind of light on the tip, but just a little bit of lightness on the top, I think would be pretty good.
Alright. Oh, for the tip, I was thinking maybe it was like a color change.
Yeah. I just think a little bit of highlights along the top will help break that up a little bit too, you know?
Yeah. Straight down the.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And again, I don't think you have to go too crazy with it, but that was just one thing I was thinking. So what'd you do tonight, honey? Well, I watched this dude paint hair on a character for like 2 or 3 hours. It was so riveting.
Are you gonna do another pass on that? Like, to kind of darken it a bit, or are you leaving it like those lines like that?
Oh, on the hair? Yeah, I'm gonna be doing more like this, where it has like more, like a 50-50 set on there too, to kind of like just thicken all that out a little bit more, you know?
So how's that gonna... I think one of the issues we ran into when we did a body card before was that the way we're doing the lurks and stuff, it's just gonna kind of blend in with the skin lurk, unless we...
I mean, that's okay. It doesn't have to be like super sticking out, you know?
Right.
So I mean, if it's dark and I just make dark, you know, like so it'll be like just a darker pink in that section, right?
Yeah.
I think that's okay. And I might just
Layer,
yeah.
you could use that other layer to generate a mask, like a color channel mask, and see if that helps at all.
I mean, I could. Yeah, that's possible.
Might be worth a shot.
Mm-hmm.
But
Sure.
it might work either way. Quick the lurk, perhaps, until it works with it. But yeah, who knows? But
Yeah, I mean this will too will have to be a little something we test, but I think once we get it into the game, then we can do a little bit more massaging on it with the textures and stuff for sure. It's one of the things too I want to do a little bit with, like, now that we got the Wood Elves kind of going in. I still think their hair needs a slight bit more adjusting, but again, we're not quite there for that yet. That's more like fine-tuning stuff. And we're not really... Again, a big part of it was like, please just let us get them into the game to see what it looks like, to see what we need to adjust, and like if there's anything else that needs, tending to. And now that it's in there, now we kind of have like, oh, can you change this, and that's totally fine, right? But I think a big part of our consternation was like, okay, we're in week 3 now, or like, what was it, month or whatever, And it's like, the model's done, kind of. Can we please get this in game and get this kind of finalized, And then we can move forward with it, kind of into the next stage, which is polish and clean up for anything that needs to have happen. Because you can sit and
do... delay on my end there, too, because I tried to set it up, and some stuff has changed, and then... I guess there was an issue with the animation that was making me think I screwed something up.
Gotcha.
So, it was a thing. But he's in there now, so...
Again, no big deals there, man. I mean, I started working on this dude, and then when the word came down that they wanted some adjustments, it was an easy switch. It's just like, okay, just go back to this and work on this a little bit, and just jump back and forth a little bit. That's fine. I have no problems with doing any of that. It was just more of a, can we get this in game, just because I want to see what it looks like for me, but everybody else too, right?
Yeah.
Because we can do feedback over and over and over on something that isn't even in the game, but once you get in the game, that helps like drive a better critique, I think, a little bit as well. Even if it is a little bit more work to like, oh, well, the skinning got ruined and we gotta fix that, which sucks. But still, I would prefer getting it into the game and double checking stuff, because it might happen anyway, get into the game and go, oh, the model's off or something like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think there's been, like, especially with it was actually a thing with the Wood Elves in particular that, like, the early version of them, where we were wondering if we'd gone, like, too thin with, like, the concept and like a sort of a placeholder thing and just threw it in a game real quick to just kind of see and
Mm-hmm.
In any context with everything, it's fine. So.
Mm-hmm.
Big Salva says, I wonder how long it takes before I start seeing faces in the back hairs.
I mean, the way I'm kind of setting this up, I don't know if you'll really see much in terms of faces. Just because I'm kind of doing like a counter stroke to it, where there's not really going to be an opportunity to like see faces in a patterned style, you know.
Someone's probably taking a screenshot and.
Here's your face. Yeah, look. Here's a pair of eyes, and then there's like a rumpled little mustache right there. There you go. There's your face. That would be more fun. Is if we take a photo of the back hair and then go draw your face out of this, kind of like a connect the dots, and then see what people come up with as a contest. Do we want to? I'm going to give this guy some rings too. I was kind of thinking about that, where he's got this big old sultan hat. It'd be kind of cool to give him like a neat old ring or something like that, right?
Yeah, you got the bandwidth too, and it would definitely get seen more compared to like a gnome.
Oh, there we go. I'll just do a new layer. There we go. Pinky ring on this one. Give him some big old brass knuckles.
My first thought was some way to insert a gnome inside of some sort of glass sphere as a piece of jewelry. I don't know what my first thought was always to like traumatize that.
He's just got gnome earrings. They're just attached to the earrings.
Yeah.
They're just hung up by little chains around their waists.
That'd be pretty cool, actually. Giant's magic 8-ball. Shake the gnome in the ball to get the.
Oh, God. Don't shake it too hard, though. Make a mess.
I mean, I feel like with the amount of like gnome torture we think of, we gotta do something like that. Like, and then the Giants have a place that they live. I assume we'll have have like some sort of sultan or something who has like just a gnome in a cage or something somewhere, like on his by his throne or something to ask questions like that. Dang, it's been almost 3 hours for me already.
Dang! Hello! Oh, dude, it's Control. Nice. What's up, man?
Chests with gnomes. That'd be cool. Then we could reenact that famous scene from Harry Potter. The chess scene. Have that same dialogue. I haven't memorized it, so I can't recite it. Gonna sacrifice himself. No, Ron. No.
I have been doing great, man. Hope you're doing good too, Control. It's been a long time, so we got a little chit chat and hang out, man.
Now this is pawn racing.
Let's get this hat wrapped up here. Pun intended. I will say that this Sultan hat is a little bit like Mojo Jojo's cap. Like, no lie.
Oh yeah. Dude, imagine if we had like a zombie guy. I don't think anyone's ever done that.
For sure, dude. Anytime you wanna... Yeah.
Exposed brain.
So yeah, Control. Anytime you wanna chill out, just let me know. We can chit chat, catch up a little bit. I didn't even know you had my number on Twitch there, Control, just because I don't remember if I ever did any streaming for Due Process on Twitch. Anyway. Probably just Discord. It's like, hey, I'm streaming. I mean, that makes sense. So you're like, I subscribed to Zach's Twitch channel. Oh, that's right. I would stream for DPL. That's probably why. That makes sense. It's from Due Process League. Hell yeah. It's like, when was I on Twitch and I was streaming a bunch and stuff? It was like, oh yeah, I was streaming Due Process games for like for like 3 years.
Well, trust me.
Yeah. It's kind of when I was in Seattle, and I didn't really like living in Seattle that much, so kind of blocked it out of my memory. Get to talk into the Due Process gang there, Control.
Hey, Colin. Doing multi-stream. You're welcome to hop in and join in if you want.
Hell yeah.
But, one of these days we'll get like a whole bunch of folks on at once.
Dang, all the way over in Melbourne? Shoo! That's a journey, man. Yup. I was gonna say, when my grandfather used to live in Australia, he'd take trips. He'd ride his motorcycle like regularly, and I think one time he was riding there, and apparently there's a big rainstorm, and the road was washed out, and he's like, and then I had to camp in the outback for the night, and he's like, that was concerning.
That doesn't sound like fun.
I mean, he was used to it. He used to ride his motorcycle everywhere, apparently, around Australia, but yeah. Because he'd have, like, one of his tour bikes or whatever with all this stuff. I mean, like, this was ages ago. But yeah, 5-hour trip, yeah. That is not a short journey.
It's like driving down to LA.
Yup. Don't you live like right next to LA? Aren't you just like right there?
5 hours away. I'm right next to San Francisco.
I was more joking for the fact that you live in LA and it takes you 5 hours to get anywhere, but you missed that one. God, it was layup.
Not bad. Inaccurate information though. So.
True.
I need my stalkers to know exactly where I'm at.
Oh, okay, gotcha. No, that's the people that are going to send you pizza. They're always very nice.
That's how I'm surviving these days.
Yeah, free pizza deliveries. Dude, I will just tell you, the guy that's in my chat control, he was nice enough to send us all pizza. Him and a group of players sent us all pizza one day at the office, and it was like all of a sudden there's like pizza. People just show up with pizza. It's like, where did all this come from? Oh, the community sent it. It was like the nicest thing ever. I mean, we were an indie team, and it was just like we were all blown away. But it was like, really? People bought us pizza for this whatever game we're working on? Oh, whatever. This know-nothing game, it was pretty dope. Communities are awesome.
Yeah, we got a pretty good community.
Yeah, it's just something, you know, if you work in, like, the industry for a while, right, you get that realization. But when, I mean, like, I had never worked on an indie team before, right? It was always, like, big corporate, you know, AA kind of stuff, and so like we would never really get that from the community, you know. Hell, we barely ever even had interaction with the community. And also when I was working in AAA, you didn't really do that. But yeah, working on smaller teams, way more fun, just because you can have that interaction, right? We get to do these streams. That's not like a normal thing that you do.
Yeah.
Though I wouldn't mind watching like the stream for like the animator for COD make gun animations, right? Like I want to see how that guy revolutionized in like, was it COD 4, COD 5, when that snappy jerky motion to like the reloads and stuff and the guns is just like, this is the best animation I've ever seen, right? And then everybody started to ape that animation because it was so good and revolutionary, right? But it would have been cool to just watch that guy like cook, man.
Yeah, I was watching this. There's I think a GDC talk about procedural animation.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually kind of research for Eminem actually, and it was one of the guys from Ubisoft talking about like the Assassin's Creed stuff they do. Kind of, they were able to like retarget animations on like all sorts of different like body types and like, you know, it's kind of advanced. I mean, it's not really my area, so.
Mm-hmm.
But they basically got they had the animation that they could easily retarget to all sorts of body types and even like non-humanoid or like with extra legs and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it all just works really well. And like it also did like the when you're standing on an incline or something, it corrects the
Mm-hmm.
positioning, all that
Mm-hmm.
stuff, all that fancy stuff. Pretty neat.
Yeah, animation retargeting tech is pretty dope, for sure. Oh yeah, for sure. Control's new. He doesn't know about Eminem. So we're working on a MMO called Monsters and Memories. And it's a classic style MMO game a la EverQuest. And definitely pays serious homage to that. The people that loved that game and that genre and style of game. which is dope. So this is this is the sand giant that I'm working on my side. And then on Zukin's stream, and I don't know if do you have to link stuff? I guess I should link it. No, I gotta put it, you threw it in mine. Oh, you can do it on mine too? Oh, that's pretty slick. No, you just, it's a link for both of us. Oh, that's slick. I like it.
Yeah, it shows both of our streams, and then it has both chats, but you have to like select which one to actually look at. It doesn't merge them.
Right.
I have both things open right now.
Hell yeah. Oh, I do. Well, I have yours open. I don't have mine open.
I have the multi-stream, and then I have my chat, and I'm just looking at yours on the multi-stream.
Ooh, fancy. Oh, I just have yours open, and then I have my Streamlabs just streaming mine, which the cool thing about Streamlabs is it runs chat in mine, so I can have just that one open, which is kind of nice.
Hey, control big follow, man. Yeah, I tried Streamlabs once upon a time. Not a fan of that myself.
I mean, that was kind of like, my buddy was really into Streamlabs, so he helped me get that all kind of, I mean, it's not really hard to set up, I'll be real. But I was using OBS for a while, and I was just like, OBS is cool, but it's pretty bare bones, from what I could tell. And I haven't used it in a while, so.
I mean, that's what I like about it.
Mm-hmm.
But you can, it's bare bones, and then you, add
stuff to it.
Stuff that you want.
Sure. That makes sense.
So, I don't know, I have a bunch of stuff. Like, one thing I didn't like about Streamlabs is that it felt kind of clunky. And then I installed a bunch of plugins and stuff on my OBS, and now my OBS is kind of clunky. But I still like it. It's got the stuff I want.
Yeah.
Like extra stuff that I don't want.
Well, I mean, the only thing that I'm noticing the difference right now between the Streamlabs and the OBS is that I can watch the chat is posted on the Streamlabs. So I don't have to have my stream open to access the chat, which was something that I had to do with when I was using OBS. Yeah. Unless there's plugins for it, so.
Yeah, they have that now, so you don't.
Yeah. I'm guessing that became a standard thing, so.
Yeah. Fargar says, this is so cool. Team Zook or Team Zbrushed?
Yeah. I mean, we're both working on cool stuff. I don't know if there's a winner there. We just both rock.
Okay, I think I'm running out of stuff okay out here. I think I don't know, maybe I need to swoosh some of this a little bit more.
I mean, it definitely is feeling a lot better, so yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely feeling less patchy, because it was feeling a little patchy, so, which is good. Yeah, don't worry about adding in some highlight strokes on some of the hair in there just to lighten it up, and then you won't have as much patch. Right, if you just start painting a handful of light hairs, because that's kind of what I was doing on the demo version, right? So, and then that'll lighten up that section without it getting too patchy-esque.
Yeah, I think they still got kind of a patchy haunch.
Yeah, just kind of blend that. Yeah, you just use some light color and see if you can blend those together, and then that should help get the patch kind of moving out.
Yeah,
and then
add a gray, a mid-tone in this region.
Sure. Yeah, I would just take some of that light color and start painting it upward toward that direction, and that should paint out. That should add that gray to that section.
Okay. Just from the highlight, not even.
Yeah. Gotcha. And then you don't have to really fight it. It will feel more natural because you're actually painting it from that point, right? You're not trying to I need to add these more strokes and stuff. You're just extend up the color away, and then that'll kind of blend that out.
Yeah, that's control. No, I saw the JK. Okay, background. You said it in my chat, so clearly I already knew which side you were on. Fine. Dang. Dang.
All right, you go feed them's animals. I forget if you what do you got? You've got llamas. No, alpacas. Control has like a pack of alpacas that he's got on his farm.
Dang. I was like, what? That's crazy. But then I remembered
He's an Aussie.
that's something that
It's literally tomorrow right now. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, if he's got to go do that, I'm going to be right back for 2 seconds too, so I'm just going to turn off my camera, but I'll be right back.
Hey, Nick Davis. How you doing, man?
Okay, I'm back. Alrighty, let's see. Wrap this up.
Kickless night tonight. Ooh. Sounds like you're gonna have a good night.
There we go. I will say this stream feature definitely makes dual streaming a lot more easy.
Yeah, I mean, the less work that we have to do, like to set it up.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was one of the other reasons too why I wanted to get my stream stuff all set up too. So.
Yeah.
I am on too, Nick. Watch both of us.
Yeah. Found this link. You can watch both streams.
Both.
Although it might just be you. In the near future here, I'm thinking about
Oh,
getting food.
word.
I gotta feed some animals too. I am the animals. Two alpacas, 7 sheep.
Yep. That's legit farming right there. Yeah, that's one thing. When we do skin tones and stuff too, that we could start looking at as well. You know, we were kind of talking about the hair. If we make the hair, you know, which if that becomes like the darker thing, if that is the shadow, that becomes, you know, whatever the hair would be. That would be a way for us to kind of handle that.
For the body hair?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so we gotta think about it because, well, actually, the body. Let me think. Body doesn't have any other channels, I think. 'Cause,
True. Yeah, we could always alpha it. You're right on that, right? Like,
yeah, you wouldn't be able to change the color.
I don't think for just having the dark hairs, you'd really needed to change color anyway. So
Yeah, I think body hair generally is.
no, pretty much static color.
Yeah. But yeah, so the body is only using the red channel, from my recollection. The head, it's using all three because we have eyes and teeth being used.
Why? What characters are we dyeing the teeth on?
The guys with like the goblins and the halflings that have the smiley faces.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, it's set up. We set it up. I think they're using the green channel.
It's just strange that you just wouldn't have that textured into the character or the face. You're actually dyeing it. You know. That would be something I would have thought you just would have textured in with like per face. You know.
I mean, it's right. I mean, if we did it, it would be through a calculator. but then we'd still be using the one channel. So, like,
Mm-hmm.
we can switch to that if we wanted to have different colored teeth on different faces, or something like that. Or if we wanted to
Sure.
have, like, more going on in the mouth, like the tongue sticking out or something. But I don't know if we'll do that or.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess maybe that would be a better idea. So we just have that available. If we wanted to, just be more things. Just have it be a catch-all.
Mm-hmm.
And that, yeah, that's something we would probably want to set up.
Mm-hmm.
At a later date, anyway.
Oh yeah. I just thought it was a little bit. I mean, odd. Your dying teeth. That was all. I would have assumed that they would be part of just the basic texture, right?
I mean, what do you mean? Because they are part of the basic texture.
Right, but I mean, no, I know. I just find it weird that they're dyeable. That was all.
Yeah, I mean, it was quick to do. It was like, why not?
Mm-hmm. Take the dub on that? Sure.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense. Wait a sec.
Yeah.
Am I? No, okay.
Prototyping, you know. And if there's a better way, we can fix it up. But that's what I wound up doing.
Yeah. I don't know. The subscribe stuff should be doable, so I don't know if it's because of the dual screen or what, but whatever. Oh, well.
Seeing it, you maybe are gone already, but
Mm-hmm.
you might. I don't know if you're affiliate still after being away for so long, or.
I'm sure I'm still getting up to the I need to stream X amount of time, have X amount of people in channel, which I think is like 20 or something like that, or whatever that number is. And then just run through that. Probably Gambit, more than likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you get grandfathered in from 4 years ago, so.
I think it's something that like you have to maintain. Like,
Yeah.
If you go AWOL, then it picks down, like subtracts
Yeah.
over time and lose it probably.
Not really a big deal to me. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh no. That's fine. Alright. 7 stream days. Alright, I think I already got 3 then with tonight. And then 5 minimum viewers. We've had that covered pretty much the whole time, so that's also good. Once again, the Monsters and Memories community, rock solid. They want to watch us mess around with textures and models and such. Okay. That you are, Senior Angus. That you are. Viewer, I mean. Viewer. Yeah.
Once you get the affiliate again, you can do multi-stream and Twitch with the streaming together. Is that, what's that called, Control? Because I thought we were trying to look at that before, and I think the article I found said they were closing that whole thing down, so maybe they rebranded it or launched some other program, but looked like they stopped.
I mean, Control streams a lot, so that's the one thing. He's a very avid streamer, so. Oh yeah, I gotta hide that. Cape, go away. Yeah. Heck yeah, man. Looks like you're starting to get that hair thing down.
Yeah. All coming together. I think, yeah, this one area that, like, I feel like I've struggled with the kind of the stomach sort of torso area and this whole time, and this, I circle it. This area looks kind of weird to me still. Because I guess I'm like trying to figure out how to got hair coming down this way and then.
Well, that would be, so the way I would kind of deal with that is the stuff that's on that top section is going to come down and then kind of curl up, kind of back towards the upper back, right? It doesn't have to go like loop up, right? But it's going to come down and kind of swoop up. That's the top layer, right? If you think about it that way. And then you have this section here that's kind of like blending from the shoulder blade back, right? That's kind of underneath of that, but it's also coming off of the shoulder. And then what I would have assumed is that it's going to rotate down and under the belly slightly. But then you would also, I would counter that where that's that first row of light, but then the second row of light is probably going to try to come up and swoop up towards the back, right? And that gives me a nice direction downward. So I have, if you're looking at the back here, you have this swoop that kind of comes up, right, from the back. Then you have the one that kind of comes down off the shoulder blade, but then you have that second section. So you've got one coming down, right? Then you would have another one that kind of like swoops up, right, from there. And then that would like levy up towards the back a little bit, and then give you a nice little like swoop action to movement to the hair, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at your doodle when you were, because I assume you're kind of describing your doodle that you gave me. Yeah, I think I need to rework this a little bit then too.
It just needs a little bit of cleanup there. I don't think it needs too much, but I think it just needs a little bit of that, like, where's the directional going, you know? And then if you,
Yeah, I think I extended, I guess one thing that, like, my one critique with the one that you sent me, that description is, it kind of gives the appearance of, like, here, I'll put it up on screen.
sure.
It gives the appearance of, like, an additional kind of layer to the main. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but I don't know if it's what I want to go for or not. You
could, well, and that's where it's like, if you wanted to separate the shoulder blade there on the upper section, right? So if you go to where that, it kind of like meets, it's kind of like that little triangle shape, a little bit higher, more on the back. So go up a little bit higher, right? And then to the right a little bit more. Right in there, right? You could blend a little bit of that shadow in there and separate those two pieces. But I still think it's okay to have that that extra shelf come down, because you've painted that in. It's not alpha'd, right? And so you're like mirroring those same structures that are coming off of the neck, while not having that structure there, but you're aping that, and like you're basically returning back to, now I'm just texturing everything, but you're still getting that same feel to it, would be the idea.
Okay.
But you could still keep that shoulder blade split out like it is now. So you have like that dark area that splits between the shoulder blade, right?
Yeah.
You could still keep that. Where mine blended it out, you could still keep that if that's what you would really want, and just keep that separation there, and I still think that would look fine. You know?
Okay. Yeah.
Again, it really does come down to interpretation of what you want to do, man. My interpretation and what you feel is right. It's okay if it's different, you know?
Yeah, no worries. I mean, that still helps. Like, I do like a lot of what you did with the, like, the shoulder blade, kind of the wisping up like that. That looks really cool. Yeah.
Well, again, I'm kind of aping what you were doing on the neck, and just trying to bring that shape more into the rest of it, right?
Yeah.
And then the other thing was, too, is the hair was looking like a little bit long in that torso section, right? And so that's why I added some of those little wisps in there to try to shorten up the hair, right? Where I'm giving it smaller hunks, even though, like, some of it is still really long, but I just added some little wisps of dark and light through there to kind of, like, shorten up those strokes a little bit more, so that way it stays consistent with everything else.
Right. I see what you're saying. I'll see if I can execute, because like I said, the sort of tummy ribcage area has been kind of a problem this whole time. I feel like every time I try to because I see the wisp, so like I acknowledge their existence and I try to do that, but it's, I don't know, that I guess that specific thing isn't quite clicking, or when I do it, it like makes it look kind of muddy or something, or so just something I need to.
Yeah, again, that takes a little bit of time. I mean, again, you're just really getting into the how do I paint hair kind of thing, right? It's just something that takes a little time and practice to get used to. So, like I said, you're 90% the way there already. I feel like it's looking really like, again, go back to your original image that you sent me all those, like that week and a little bit ago, and then see where you're at now and just compare those two things, and it is a night and day's difference. So
oh yeah, this is way better, right? Like a little fluffy boy.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the original one. That original face that you sent me was a little bit rough. Here. Let me see if I got it. Here, let me scroll up. I'll show it on mine just so everybody can go over to my stream and see what I'm showing off.
I'm so ashamed I deleted it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. No, I'm just kidding. It was, like I said, it was just kind of one of those first instances,
Yeah.
Okay. That was when you did the lighting, and I loved it. And then, where is it?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, maybe you did delete them. No, no, I got it. Here it is. Yeah.
Deep in there somewhere.
Oh, here, let me, I gotta shrink that down. Here, let me open an original browser. There we go. Yeah. Here we go. Here's the original, man. Like, it's so much better. Look at this. Look at this. It just looks like a flat gray wolf. Like, there's nothing here. So, I mean, you look at what you got now, and it is literally night and day. It has hair. Before it was just like a bunch of smudges. So, much improved.
Yeah. A long road.
It is. I mean, it's learning.
So it's like, oh, you're still working on the wolf? Like, bruh. This is... calm down.
I will also say, hair is one of the most difficult things to hand paint that you can do, right? It's like, number one, hair. Hair is really hard to paint. Number two, cloth, right? Those are like the two hardest things, in my opinion, of things that you have to learn how to paint. Just because understanding folds and fold structure and how things move and getting a natural feel on things is really hard to hand paint out, right? I mean, hell, it's even hard to sculpt and do all that sort of stuff with, right? That's why they have...
What's the easiest thing to... Let me start there. Let me just start doing those things. Whatever's the easiest one.
What is the easiest thing to hand paint? I think skin's really easy to hand paint. Because it's very... Sure. I mean, because again, you did early, like the early skin tones, right? With that little like show. Here, I'll show the wolf again when you first were doing it, right? You basically painted out the skin tones first, right? This is your original wolf. Like, I don't think that was overly difficult for you to kind of like paint out these shapes and shadows and stuff. That's what skin is shapes and shadows, right? So, I mean, to me, skin is one of the easier things to paint because it's pretty simple, right? Now, if you want to get like bags and wrinkles and that sort of stuff, sure, you can add more complexity to it. But again, it's pretty... There's only really like one way you can paint skin. There's not like a million ways. There's a lot of different ways you can paint hair and cloth, for sure. Like literally, I can just look at my model over here and go, okay, here's how the skin is on it. Here's how the rib cage works, right? Like all of that is like, it's all placed, unless you're making something up, like something that has 4 arms or something, maybe you'd have a little challenge, but you can still fall back to what is human anatomy, how can I apply that, right? Even with your wolf, right? It's like wolves are made out of roughly the same amount of bones and muscles, and most of those things are in the same location. So if you've painted those once, you've painted them many times, right? I would also say the second thing that's really easy to paint is metal. Metal is like one of the simpler things to paint. It's so high contrast And even if you paint a little like add a little like beat up or rust or scratches and stuff, like metal to me, it's a lot simpler to paint than like the complexity of cloth folds or hair flow and tufts and, you know, getting all the highlights and stuff right on that. So yeah, I think or leather's super easy.
Yeah, maybe a leather, because like I've done some of the metal stuff, some of the weapons and those sorts of things, and I felt like I kind of struggled at really nailing that as well, so.
I can show you some techniques for how to do metal really quick and efficiently.
If it's like a really pristine one, the one trick that Pat showed me about
Yeah.
a lot too, so.
Yeah, see, I painted so many things that are made of metal or so many things that are made of leather. After a while, it just becomes like standard, you know? But again, it all came down to me thinking about that it's not a material anymore. It's light interacting with a material. And as soon as I put my mental into how does light interact with this, that kind of broke me out of, oh, I need to paint this thing, and how do I paint this material? It's more of like, how do I paint light interacting with this? And that changed a lot for me mentally. Was starting to think about that in a new way, and that shook me out of getting stuck a lot or having to rely on overlay layers and doing all that sort of stuff. I didn't really have to use tricks anymore. I could just think about it and how it needed to look and then apply what I was thinking about light. And if the material's super shiny, then it has hot highlights or not. You know, if I wanted this to be more silk, right? Like these lines and stuff would be like, have like a real hard highlight on them, you know, where that light was hitting. And then I just pull some of these like streaks out off of it, right? And all of a sudden I've got like this much higher, you know, kind of fidelity thing to it. I add like maybe a little zigzag to it because that's what light likes to do when it's bending around stuff. Suddenly I get this very like high shine kind of feel to things.
Right. Yeah, I was trying to do some zigzags because that usually looks pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
At least not so much on this guy, but something else I was doing. Senior Angus says, who knows, maybe by launch we'll have a wolf in game. Yeah.
Ooh.
Bang. Immediately.
Well, again, there's...
Next playtest is going to be titled Senior Angus is lame and he's the only one who
Oof.
Hey, sup, Rock? Hey, MCP Live. Hey, guys.
You gotta know what you gotta do is you have to have your Senior Angus character. You need to make the character Senior Angus and then just literally do nothing. And then on top of that, just like completely sandbag and then just die a lot. Yeah, Corvid, you're 100% right. Players remember the mobs that they kill thousands of times and they become iconic. So it's worth the time for you to come up with something that you're happy with. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's kind of one of those things that dovetails into... Somebody asked me a while back, how do you know when it's done? Right? How do you know when the character is done? You're done working on it. It's like when you're happy with the thing that you're working on. You know, when you can look at it and go... This feels really good to me, right? It doesn't feel bad. You know, that's how you know kind of when you're done. Or you've taken up literally so much time and you're in month 4 and you're like, okay, maybe it's time for me to put this down because either you're spinning wheels or you're struggling or whatever. And at that point, you maybe go, oh, I should hand this over to somebody else, right? Like, it's kind of one of those two iterations of things where you're like, hey, I'm struggling, or, you know, that's how you can be like, I think I'm done with this. I might need somebody to, you know, follow up and you know, wrap this up if they need to. You know.
Yeah.
But typically, I would prefer it if, you know, people learned and got experience and, you know, got their art to a point where they were happy with it, because that's more preferable.
Better for morale.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
And, you know, if they figure it out, then you should gain more skills.
Mm-hmm. Also, Syard, hello, hello.
Hey 3PO, we got a bunch of new folks, so we'll post this again. We're doing a multi-stream thing. You can watch both of us with that link. Put it in both chats. If anybody cares to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, right, Control? Hell yeah. Control just said he's been stalking the M&M forums. That he's been looking around, skulking around, and he's like, looking real good. It's looking fire.
Nice.
I agree.
Good to know we're going in the right direction.
Yep, yep.
I guess. How do you turn on pen pressure via?
You go, so, under your, you know.
I thought I was looking around for that.
Take a look. I need window. Oh, well. Alright. Bye. Okay. Yoink! Yeah. Let's see. Luckily it auto
Zero
saves.
pressure radius, pressure condition. So now we can do it. When was the last time you hit
I hadn't for a while, so thank you, autosave. Quick question. When was the last time you saved? Alright, one of you crashes. I'm glad you guys brought it up then. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, it's not variance. It's not jitter. Doop. Oh, it's based on up here. Let's see. So you would want to do, you can edit your curves on your, not depth. Where is it? Right here on radius, you can set this to either mouse or pen, if I remember correctly.
Oh, yeah. Here it is. Enable tapering?
Mm-hmm.
On, basically.
Yep.
Oh, that's not doing it right. Is that right? Maybe my thing's so small. Not really doing that. Paper light, maybe. What do you do stuff do?
I don't use tapering. I actually have mine set to mouse, and so I don't taper at all. I actually the way that I do mine is it's pretty just blocked out. It's just when I paint stuff in, I'll paint it at different thicknesses, so. I also do have mine kind of, I think I have mine pressured, so like I'll start heavy and then just kind of like lay off and then get kind of like that lighter stroke. I think I did just do that naturally. So I start out heavy on my pen hit and then I just kind of taper it off naturally. I don't actually use it as a thing.
It's tapering the opacity. It's not changing the.
Oh, you need to click the little mouse button, my guy. So right next to the invert tool, there's a little mouse icon.
Oh.
You need to click that to a pen. There you go.
Alright. Cool.
I was just looking at that. I was like, wait. Oh yeah, this needs to be a different icon. Which I use mine on mouse mode because that's just what feels good to me.
Yeah, I think I said it to that when. I remember you bringing that up at one point, and I doodling with it, and then I left it, I guess.
Oh, again, I prefer the mouse style. I'm not really a pen pressure guy. Again, I kind of do it naturally by hand, so it doesn't really. Every 3D program crashes. This is one thing that we have learned in life. There is no stable 3D program control.
Hey, battery killer. We haven't done the microwave yet. Still on the list. So you got time. You got time. I'm just gonna erase some of these.
I will say it's never too late to start doing 3D modeling. That's one thing. I mean, just grab Blender, start messing around with stuff. Take a weekend. First things first, learn the UI and how to navigate. Don't think about like I need to make something right off the start. A lot of people like get in this, I open the program and I instantly need to start making things. I'd highly suggest if you're going to get into like learning new programs and stuff, Literally take one day. Your first day should just be learning UI. How do I get to the preferences? How do I move my camera, right? It should be like the most basic stuff. It shouldn't be anything like I need to make a box and start modeling, because you're going to get instantly frustrated and discouraged and quit, right? So the main thing I would always suggest is learn how to like manipulate stuff and like your camera specifically, or navigate menus and that sort of stuff. That should be like your first day. Then the next day, or once you feel comfortable with that, then you can make a box. Then how do you edit the box? How do I move stuff around? Do all that sort of stuff. Just do some really basic things. That's the main thing. Then once you get comfortable with that, you move to the next steps, right? Nice control. That's pretty cool. Is it 3D printables, or is it just like graphics and stuff, or sweet WrestleMania text? Ooh, nice. That's pretty cool. I hope they be paying you for this 5-hour trip that you take to Melbourne every day, and or every couple of days, and having you make all these graphics.
Alan says, when I do fur, I try to find the clumps by defining them with shadows. Focus on all the parts where you know the light isn't gonna hit, like those little creases. Also lets you map out the shapes. However, this can be done really at any point.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to the artist when they see it fitting in their workflow. Yeah, I'm not really doing clumps on this guy. I think there was a version, like I had at one point in the, like that was kind of, that's sort of my thing too. And some of the older versions are more clumpy. Like there's some clumps here, and I had some larger clumps going on here as well at one point. But throughout the painting it out and trying to like figure out the shape of everything and everything, he's a little bit more kind of long-haired, wispy and stuff. But I can always, these can always be clumped up as well. Like there's still some kind of clumps here that I do like kind of these wavy clumps and things. So it'd be easy to kind of clump them up, just kind of grouping up some of the shapes and stuff. Maybe a larger highlight or something. I wanted to do that.
Yeah, dude. That's awesome. Getting into 3D and game art and that sort of stuff is all about getting that foot in the door. Once you wedge that foot in there, don't take it out.
might help it look more wild to clump them. I think right now it looks like he got a nice shampoo and bath. Yeah, he definitely he's got a comb somewhere in his cave. Try and clump some stuff maybe.
I think it's just getting more random wisps going in some other directions, right? Because it's all going kind of like similar direction. I think if you shift, some opposite direction hairs going the other way, that'll mess it up a little bit more, which will help. Heck yeah, dude! Edited 3 wrestling matches and get aired on local TV? Shoo! That's pretty dope. They should be paying you more than $50, I'm just saying. It seems a little low. I mean... You're literally working for their broadcast team. Like, might be worth getting a little bit more out of that.
That's 50 Australian bucks though.
Oh, is it 50 Aussie dollars? Yeah, I mean Aussie dollars are pretty good. MGP Live. No other MMORPG has wolves with afros. He's just saying. just putting that out in the ether. Sorry, that one got me. I started picturing dogs with like different hairdos now. Different. If you tame them as like one of the Beastmaster, can you put hairstyles on them now? Would that be a customization option?
I don't see that happening.
Oh.
Bro, I'm struggling to just get across the finish line. I'm gonna slide across the finish line on my face. Can do. Pineapple in my hand or something. Look at that though. And nice couple little strands, loose strands.
Mm-hmm.
Comes out. I should invert everything and then give him like a cloud shadow.
Yeah. I will say, Control's talking about his like wrestling thing. It's like, yeah, dude, wrestling is like, especially like backyard wrestling kind of stuff, is really coming back. You know, like small town wrestling where it's not like WWE or whatever, right? It's like tiny wrestle groups are getting to be really big again. You're like your local area kind of thing. It's kind of cool. Actually, some of my ex-coworkers that I used to have when I was working at Kings Isle, they all were doing like wrestling on the side, and they've been doing it now for like 8 years.
I mean, I guess that's exercise. Something.
Dude, they love it. They come up with stories, all kinds of stuff. It's great. I've gotten to see them a couple of times now. Pretty dope.
I'm gonna have to. I don't really want to stop, but I'm kind of hungry, so I'm gonna have to stop here at some point.
He's getting the hungies. Oh man, it's gonna be a mono stream soon. All right.
Yeah.
Solo, let's go.
Yes, I don't even know if I have anything. I think I have to go get stuff now. So
Oh shoo!
maybe I'll get like an actual pizza place this time. Get big boy pizza.
No pineapple.
No.
Good. You're a sane person. I like it. Oh yeah, dude. Wrestling is all about like good storylines. The wrestling is like secondary. Well, having a good wrestle match though, where people all know the moves and they practice it, like they've done a good rehearsal, that does help a lot. You know, to help suspend the disbelief. But it's a good time. People just go in there to have a good time. That's what it is.
Wrestling like soap opera for boys.
Technically, it is. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. Although you could say that about a lot of different sports, like soccer, football, right? Like every time I watch a player go down, whenever I'm watching a match, right? Like player goes down, and I feel like, do we gotta start clapping for him so he gets back up? Because they make it dramatic as hell when they take a hit, and you're like, oh my god, he's rolling around on the ground. Now I've seen some gruesome injuries in soccer, and those are warranted, but the ones where they're like super faking it, that's a wrestling move right there, just saying. Oh, nice. They call it redneck anime. I like it. Brilliant.
The multi-Twitch chat blocked out redneck. I didn't know it. Bad word, I guess.
Yeah, right? Oh no!
Alright, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna finish up what I'm doing here on the Zill's fluffy mane, trying to make it a little bit more rugged,
Mm-hmm.
and then that's gonna be it for me. So like 10 more minutes or so.
Word.
Sorry, my keyboard's backing away.
Oh, CRISPR is great. I'm glad you turned it on because I don't hear anything anymore.
Oh, that's good.
Once you CRISPR'd that up, I don't hear nothing.
Okay. That's not bad. Maybe there'll be more fussing about on that. But he's in pretty good shape. I think I still want to do I want to do the paws, the bottom of the seat there, but
Mm-hmm.
I feel like everything else is pretty solid. I'll probably post them later today or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's, a last round of feedback and then shoot for approval.
I still think, and this is just me, across some of the lighter areas, just getting a dark line to run through it, to pull, especially like, see like right under his neck chin, it's like really, really light right there, and then it just switches to dark, but there's no like transfer. Getting some like light streaks to run up underneath there, and then some dark streaks to run down would help like break that like that really like right underneath his like chin, right where his chin would be roughly, right? Like pulling a dark, more like on the side of his mane, like side cheek, jaw-esque, pulling like a dark streak down a little bit back further, kind of like where, like here I'm pointing on me, right here. So like in this section, draw like a dark streak coming down, like right in this area, right off of that cheek. Just grab one of those darks. Yep, exactly, just like that. One or two of those, just like that. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to be a ton, but it would just be pulling that down through that highlight will like break it up slightly from it being this very like highlight rim light kind of thing situation going on.
Yeah, well, part of it was that I was trying to go for like a color change
on the edge. No, that's what I was saying. It doesn't have to be like this shadow that comes down. I'm just saying take a dark streak and just pull it through as one line. Like Just to do that a handful of times, not super thin, but just like one or two of those, right? There you go. That's all it has to be. It doesn't have to be anything more than that. You're just pulling just a little bit of that through to make it look a little bit irregular, and it'll break that up a little bit more, right? Because it's looking just a little bit like halo-ish. Well, it just the halo, right? And you're just trying to slightly break that up a little bit, and it'll feel better, right?
Okay. Yeah, because like I was trying to do, I wanted to do a little bit of a
color shift on it, and that's totally fine, right? But you can see now, like if you pull away a little bit, you get a little breakup in there, and that helps a lot, right? Because you're kind of giving it a little bit of that. Now it has almost like this fur tuftish kind of feel to it without having to like do too much, right? And like I said, don't overdo it, right? But like now you kind of got some of those laid in. Looks great, cool, wonderful, right? And then just be, and you can do that on the reverse too with the lights as well. But yeah, I think that helps just kind of give it a little bit of what would be a good just a little bit of more shape to it, right? Like change of shape.
Gotcha.
And again, you don't have to.
Is it change of shape as in like there's clumps?
You're kind of what you're doing is you're kind of pulling some of the shadows down, but to just break up the highlight, right? That's basically what you're doing. Does that make sense? Where you're dragging some of that darkness down into the light area just so it breaks up that highlight just ever so slightly. And what that does is when you pull away, now all of a sudden you're like looking from a distance, you're seeing like highlight into a little bit of shadow, highlight into a little bit of shadow instead of being like this heavy rim light like on the very edge. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess it's getting a little confusing because you're talking light, and my intention at least with it was like the color shift. So
right. I guess when I say light, because it also means color shift, right? But you're breaking up that color shift from being a solid color. Let's just put it that way. Does that make sense? So like now you're pulling a little bit of that dark down, so that way the color undulates instead of being a just straight solid color.
Right. I wish I'd done that differently so I could flip back and forth, but yeah. I mean, I think. If you're talking about like trying to, you're talking about breaking up the light so that I guess the end result kind of makes it look like the fur in that region is kind of clumping together a little bit more so.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying now, but.
And again, you don't have to overdo it, right? Because you really want that color change in there, which makes perfect sense, right? But I do think having those dark kind of like pulled straight, and this is kind of what I've been trying to get you to do, is pull some darks through the highlight, just because it will pull some color into there, but that's natural, right? You don't normally have like too hard change of color where it's like dark and light. You're going to have stuff kind of like blend through it, and that's kind of the idea here, right? Because if you had the darks be brown and then you had the lights be gray, you want some of that brown going through the highlight, right? And that's okay to have that.
Gotcha. I think I got you. Yeah.
I hope so. No, again, I don't mind. Readdressing it, as we go through stuff. So it's fine. Because it's all learning, man.
When you say stuff, I want to understand. So I get it. So I just don't want to say yeah. Like I want to understand what you're talking about. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you feel I need to reiterate, I'm happy to do so. So if you're not completely grasping it, you're like I don't get it. I can always kind of try to explain it in a different way. So that's acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, I think I understand, but I guess, like, if I say I think I understand, then I do something that, like, then the result is, like, not what you were trying to get at, then maybe I didn't. So I guess that's what it means. Like,
again...
if I say I get it, and then I don't do it right, then
Again, you're just, I guess the best way to explain it is you're just trying to get some color variance in there, right? If you're treating this as color and not light, because like that might be the issue, is I'm explaining it like light, like I understand it, right? But you're looking at it in a different way, so I am not, on the same wavelength as you. Light wavelengths. But what I'm trying to do is just get you to have more color variance by using the dark colors to break up the light ones, right? And the vice versa too. You want the light ones to kind of break up the dark ones, because that's going to help. You always say it gets into this very monotone kind of thing, but if you're taking your highest highlight and running it across the dark, it'll blend that out without having to use midtone, right? And then you're breaking up those zones, these chunks, into more broken up hair-like structures, which will also die more naturally, right? If that all kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think where I was getting lost was, me talking about a color shift and you talking about light.
Yeah.
Because like I guess that's why it's tricky, because like I suppose if like I do a highlight, let's say like this little bit on his butt here is supposed to be a highlight.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also trying to do like sort of a two-tone color shift thing with the mane and the rest of the body.
Mm-hmm.
In the lurk, it doesn't know, like, if we were painting this in full color, maybe the butt highlight would be more white, and then this would just be a lighter version of whatever color he is.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're doing it the way we're doing it, like, how do you, like, I guess, how do I control that? How do I account for that? Because, like...
Well, again, it all comes down to, again, this is all light, because we're basing it off of what is your hottest highlight color and what is your darkest shadow color, and those become colors, right? That's how we're handling this. And so when I talk about light, I am talking about the colors in general, because that is literally how we are handling this, right? In terms of texturing them. So it's actually more accurate to think about it in light and dark than it is to think about it in shadows or shades or colors, because we are literally using the highest highlights and the darkest darks as the peak points at which we're dyeing these objects in color, and then everything in the range in between could be its own color as long as it's textured that way. So that's where it's like the light is actually the more important way to be thinking about this, right? Because if, like, even on my guy, on the cloth, right, I actually have it pretty highlighted, where it's like very highlighted and then immediately tapers off to shadow, right? Like pretty quick. I've got these highlights are pretty tight, which means I need to actually paint these down a little bit more to blend them out, just to soften this up a little bit more, right? But it really depends on how we do want to texture these. But if you're trying to do a two-tone thing, if you're trying to make them like, I want like a ruddy red brown color and then a gray, and then it goes into like a lightish blue, right? You have to think about, like, you have your highlight, your midtone, and your dark, right? But it's like, it's okay if some of the brown mixes with the gray, especially when it's mostly that gray. So that's where it's like, it's okay to have some of those dark streaks go across the highlight, right? Because it's okay to have some of that color spill over. It's hair. It's messy. It's mixed. So that's why it's okay to have it be mixed.
Okay. Yeah, thinking of it, like you were saying, thinking of it in terms of light, I need to do that more. Maybe that's just the way to go. And then,
because I think you're missing that it is the same thing when you're thinking of the color. You're just painting the color in grayscale, right? And so the value is the most important bit, right, of the texture process here for us. Because if we are dyeing it with this gradient lerp, right, the way you're painting things, the highlights and the shadows are exceedingly important, right? Mm-hmm. because that's what's bringing in the colors, you know. That's why it's okay to be a little bit darker in some areas, because you can control that darker shade as a different color. You know, that's interjecting another color into the mix. If you like, I'm going to use pure black, right? Pure black is a color technically for us, even though it's just that basic shade, right? Because we could make that pure black pink, and then everything that doesn't use pure black won't be pink, right? It'll have a little bit of pink hue to it added, because everything that has that dark color will be influenced partly by that. But yeah, that's kind of how those lerp things work.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Well, I think it's time for me to go find some stuff. Let me save this for you should. Everybody save.
Yep.
Everybody save. Uh-oh. Alright, gang. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Zach.
Yeah, come on over.
When was the last time you hit save?
Quick question.
So thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks Zach for helping me out and chilling and chatting and everything.
No, for sure, dude. Well, it's come a long way, man. It's come a long way. I think, like I said, we took a look at your original post that you ever gave me, and this is leagues away from where that you were back then. So.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing. Like spending a lot of time. Like I'm used to spending a lot of time on stuff and then not kind of just spinning my wheels and just being frustrated. But like this one, I'm actually seeing noticeable progress. So that feels good. So
Yeah, dude. And again, I think for a learning, and again, as long as you keep treating this as a learning experience, I think it's okay to spin wheels, because again, you're advancing way faster, right? And I think that's good to be learning and just being like, sometimes you just got to do a thing and massage it, and that's what you're learning, is like how to get those skills so that in the future you can just knock it out of the park. You'll pick up the next furry character and just knock it out of the park, right?
yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
All right. All right. I'm just gonna end my thing here. Thanks again, everybody, and I'll catch you guys next time.
Well, welcome everybody. Going solo mode. All right, I'm gonna pop out of here and go over there. Dang, we're getting that raid on? Hell yeah. All these monsters and memories peoples in here. So I will say I did do a little painting on the bracers over the weekend that I did not stream. Or maybe it was on Monday or something. It got really late and I was like, oh, I just want to paint this. I want to do some painting, but it was like, I'm not going to stream because it's way too late. There we go. That's looking better. Yeah, I think that was something in talking to Zukin too that I just noticed was like my darks were getting a little bit too dark on some of this cloth. And yeah, when we would dye it, it would just be like really weird looking. So get some of these shadows back in here. Yo, yo, yo! Welcome, everybody. I have it running. I can turn it up a little bit if the music's a little bit quiet. Let me grab that real quick. Oh yeah, I did turn it down a little bit heavy. There we go. Turn that up for y'all. Now, is that too loud? That might be the next question I gotta ask. Did I just blow everybody's eardrums out? Go away. There we go. Okay. Oh, mic is so loud. I wonder if I can modify that. That might have to be something I have to mess with later. There we go. That cloth is feeling better. I think that's one thing I noticed about this while I was talking to Zukin about lighting and stuff, was just getting, especially on his shoulders, you know, you're going to have this highlight that kind of like hits, so it'll make the shadows a little bit shorter up here. Well, I hope everybody had a good Friday, you know. We're in chill down mode, right? It's kind of late for everybody, but... Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, he's coming along. I am starting to get to the real just like nitty-gritty detail part, but if I can knock out the cloth and stuff, I think get that to a really good state, then I can actually start focusing on his all the hair. He's going to be a hairy boy, so I gotta break that out into it's all on like one single hair layer. Like all of his hair is on one hair layer, but I should break that out into, you know, facial hair and then body hair, and then I can tweak the body hair more, because obviously that's still very much a work in progress. It's still just kind of like, how much do I need to do, how much do I need to blend it in, that sort of thing. The cloth is like a lot easier kind of element to paint right now, but I did want to get some test layers in for the hair and stuff, yeah. Yeah, I have a... Oh, I wonder if I have to dig that up. Oh, I do have it. Here, let me pull up. It was just a line drawing is the only thing that I got from it. But he did have a few... Let me see. I think it's under concepts. Yeah. Here we go. So this was like a big sheet of the different types of giants that we could do. But I think 3C was the one that ended up getting voted on. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong one. There we go. So I'm kind of basing them off of this guy here, and then kind of getting him all set up based off of that. So let me see if I can shimmy this over a little bit, and then there we go. Oh, let me turn his ears on though. That'd probably be helpful. Get him from the front view, and then bring that back up. There you go. Oh, I can do, oh, I wonder if I got that option on this one still. Do I have always, can I do always on top is the question. There used to be a button for that. I might have to turn that on. Nah, I'll look that up later. There's a way for me to float that window, but yeah, so I'm trying to get it kind of... Ooh, I need to make his feather a little bit thinner, too. It might be a little bit thick. He's got this little bean feather in there, but... Overall, just trying to hit the feeling for this dude. Which I think I'm pretty close. Also, this skirt, I'm adding this as an extra, again, just to have more variance. Like, if I turn off his little skirty doodle here, he's kind of got, like, the same pants kind of thing going on. So just trying to get like a similar look and feel to those things, right? There we go. Yeah, I think it's getting there. Still probably be some things we need to edit or change or requests that come in, but I think overall, I think it's kind of in the same ballpark. So at least as long as we get it there to start, I think we'll be in good shape. Yeah, I mean, maybe the thick feather is good, only because, again, if we're going to be looking at him from low, a very thin feather probably won't even read or register, so it'll probably be good for us to keep it maybe a little bit thicker. I don't know, maybe if I got to change the shape or something, it's all up to whatever we want to do, so that's okay. Oh, I'm erasing. That's what it is. He beat up a rock. So he punched a rock bird in the face, and then... Oh, thanks. He stole the feather. So, big bird. Yeah, he's coming along. What is next after him? I think Zukin said it would be some sort of like drake creature, which is not a dragon. Drake is something different. So I think there was also a second thing, but I honestly can't remember off the top of my head. Tarantula, that's right. Woolly spider. That's what I called it last time. Now I remember. Now, would we just be taking your spider and then making a new one, or do we need to make new speeder? Probably new one, huh? Oh yeah, constraints are fine. It's no big deal. I mean, not really. It just depends on which one we need first. I mean, technically, I'd prefer doing the Drake, but if these are two that are just going to be mine in a row, I'd probably do the Tarantula first. Just to knock that out. Eat the vegetables first, then have dessert. Ah, gotcha. I mean, I'll do the tarantula because it might be hair, and I'm sure you're sick of painting hair, so that's fine. Do something more fun. I mean, tarantulas are pretty woolly, dude. Just saying. Yep, you're not wrong. Get that pizza. Should give him a little sparkles in his beard. Just kind of... Or food. His little leg just sitting there right on his beard. Just paint in like a little person seeking help, like, help me! Help me, I'm stuck in here! There you go, a whole skeleton in his beard. Keep that one in there, right? Ooh, I think I'm on the wrong brush. There we go. That's the right one. Oh, what did I do there? That's on another layer. Oh, there it is. Must have just clipped the arm slightly. There we go. There we go. All right. So I think I'm going to go through and just do a little... I did some like really nice beat up on the hands here and feet just to give them like a little bit more like variance, a little bit more realism to skin and not feeling so polished. And I think I'm just gonna go through and do that and some of the arms and legs and stuff so I can get like a little bit more of that weathered look to him. He is a sand giant after all. He's out in the weather all day. Alright, I'm gonna turn off his beard and hair too. Let's see. Let's get rid of the shot. Other thing I need to do. Alright, I'm gonna turn off his beard. And then I'm gonna jump back up on my cloth layer because there's something in the concept that I noticed I didn't really have. Is like there's these little like gem or these little not gemstones, but like rivets in the shawl exterior, which I need to kind of start sketching those in if they exist. So, because I'll bring that back up for y'all real quick. Doo-ba-doo. But you can see here, like in the concept, there's these little like pips that got drawn in. So I think those are, I'm not sure if those are belt holes or if they're metal rivets or something, but maybe. Oop. It's gonna be a little bit weird for the belt to have that, but sure. See, does that look weird to you guys? Where it's like, it'd be metal thing, metal thing, metal thing, and then it turns into like holes? I think that looks weird. I don't know if that's like... You know what? I'm going to make an executive call here and just say, you know what? We're not going to do those. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it's a design element, but I don't think that... You know, it looks cool when you're like just sketching it out, but when you're actually looking at it, it might be a little bit... Yeah, I think if we just say, hey, it's got like a little... I think the little edge strip is good, right? Like if we look at this dude again. My belt might be a little bit thick, but I wanted to... One thing is that it needs to be able to touch the bottom of the waist, right? Because that's the split for the legs and the upper torso. So that has to legit be a thing. So that belt has to be that low. That's why it's thicker than in the concept. But then I think also having these little edges kind of like looks nice on the like I beat it up a little bit and stuff too, just to give it some wear and tear, right? They're giants, right? It's not like they have a seamstress handy at all times, but that's kind of where I also have like that skirt too. So that way it's kind of got that Sultan kind of feel as well. So that way it kind of ties the top and bottom together if we want to have it, if we don't. But again, it's all about having options for variants, right? So that way, you know, you could have like the best guy and he's got all the stuff, right? because we could even get rid of the shawl, because I'm also working on like a little like cape, cloak, like scarf. So I think that's kind of a neat little thing too. So we'll have like a couple of different variations here where, and we could even do one like with a full cloak if we want to do in the future, but I'm not doing the full cloak right now. Just because in the concept, again, if you take a look at this with me, you can see that like in the concept, he's got this little like little scarf thing that's coming off of him. So I don't know where or why that is, but it's there. So it needs a reason to be. So that's kind of why he's also got this little like scarfy cloak underneath the shawl, just because it seems like that's kind of how that would be. So yeah, we got it again, and it's all to give options, right? Because we could even turn off the hair and it's just like this dude. Or what it'll do is the brows will probably be separated in the beard, so we'll be able to take one. We could do one without the mustache, right? And it would just be like this, you know. And so that way we kind of have some options here of like how we want to have our sand giants, and so that gives us a lot of variance there for higher tier guys, lower tiered guys, just different looks and styles and stuff. What sort of dealies, right? Ooh, one thing I did just notice too about his bracers though, I did not add the cuff there, so I'm gonna do that real quick. That'll tie that in with the shawl a little bit nicer too, I think, so. Oh, also in the concept, he doesn't have this like extra beading or anything like that, but I just felt like it needed a little something in there. You know, having the big things in there was cool, but I wanted more, you know, stuff interacting with the bracers and stuff, so. I know it's like not 100, I'm very much a stickler to going to concept though, so that's always like one thing where like I start stepping outside, I'm like, I don't want to go too far, you know. Start going rogue and start making my own giants where they're all like, you know, lanky or something. So the next thing is going to be probably Tarantula. I think I'm going to do Tarantula just because Zukin's been working on furry things now for like weeks, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to make hairy Tarantula. So I'll probably pick up the Tarantula for him so that way he doesn't have to do it. I'll just do whatever he doesn't want to do. If he wants to do the Drake, he can do the Drake. If he really wants to do Tarantula, he can do Tarantula. You know, sometimes you gotta like let people work on the things they work on. You know, I can't get the filet mignon every time for every character because like he was nice enough to like, I'll take the wolf. Well, I think he was just gonna like, I'll knock the wolf out, and then it's become an ordeal. And then I was like, well, whatever you want to give me. He's like, you can do the sand giant. I'm like, okay. So. I'm not picky on what I work on, just because either A, I'm going to learn something about painting the thing that I'm going to be working on, like the Tarantula or the Drake, or, you know, have some fun doing it. So, whatever. Yeah, I mean, one of the things about those rough line drawings is there is interpretation there, but it's kind of weird because some people can get really honed in on their drawings too sometimes, so you never know with the line drawings. You know, there may be something that I'm missing that's really key, but I'm not seeing it in the line drawings, so that could be a thing as well. I don't think that's the case here, so don't think I'm like misinterpreting things, but I've had art tests before where they sent me like a line drawing and then I apparently missed something critical in the line drawing. Like they're like, there was a pocket on that character and it was like a little tiny little line, and I'm like, I didn't know there was a secondary pocket there. There was just a line. I thought it was just like a stress line or something for the pants. And they were like, that was critical that you missed that. And I was like, okay, that's fine. You know, like, hey, this is kind of one of those things where if I got feedback, I'd probably fix it in like an hour. So no big deal, you know, but that was a game breaker for them. So it's one of those things where line drawings, like you said, are an interpretation. Those can go wrong real quick. How you interpret a thing. I mean, you could even have the most like fleshed out concept, you know, in a 3/4 view, and then you're just looking at it at this angle and you think, you know, something's going one way and it's going completely a different direction, and that can get you into trouble real quick too. So, but that's kind of one of those things. You have to be willing to take feedback from people too. That's a big part of this job or gig or whatever, right? Somebody's going to see something, they're going to have an opinion, they'll want you to make adjustments or changes or something, and you have to be willing to make those changes or adjustments. You know, like you can't die on every hill over every change that ever gets put at you, right? Like, there's one of the really good artists that I used to work with is like, yeah, you got to choose your battles when you want to have something that is important to you in the game or for, you know, the art that you're working on. Exactly. You gotta have those secret pockets, dude. Gotta have those secret pockets. Hiding them items. Yup, exactly, right? Dude, those corpse runs would be brutal. Yep. Exactly. And that's where, you know, like, you have to be willing to compromise on stuff sometimes, but at the same time, like, there are battles worth fighting for, right? Like, to get certain looks and styles, like, that's kind of where I sit on things now. I mean, like, it took me a long time. Like, I'd fight with people all the time over what I thought was best to look for things, but, you know, that was when I was young and I was like, I'm gonna make this the best thing ever, and you know, like, I'm gonna do it through force of will, and that's not like really the right way to go about it. But, you know, when you're way younger, I mean, I started working in the video games industry when I was 20. You know, like, you're so young at that point. You think you know everything. You think you're like the best. Like, I had a really like rock star complex, I think, too, just because like I got out of school, got in the industry right away, didn't really have to struggle, just got my job, and it was like I was doing work and I was doing a good job, and I think, like, you know, all it takes is getting humbled a couple of times and you're like, oh, I get it now. Okay. Right? So. It's all a learning experience. Oh yeah, I'll stream the modeling part for sure. Yeah. We can. I know this guy kind of started streaming it like part of the way through, but a part of it was like, do I want to go back to streaming? Because again, I had like 4 years ago, I was streaming like all the time, and I burned out. A, I burned out real hard. B, I was moving. and that kind of just gave me the reason to like stop streaming. And then C, I was kind of like starting a new job, and I don't think I was like, I don't think they're gonna let me stream when I'm working on, so like I didn't really have as much stuff to show. But M&M is so like public, which is great, which means I can stream, and so like it took me a little while to like get comfortable with the idea of jumping back into it again. But yeah, I think it's worth doing, so I'm glad to be doing it again or getting back into it. It's just I need to also remember I need to take on some healthier habits. That's kind of one of the reasons why I burned out, which, you know, at the time when I was streaming those 4 years ago, I didn't have a job at the start of the time that I started streaming, so it made it really easy. But then as I was doing it, I formed some really unhealthy habits and stuff too, you know, the streaming habits where it's like, I don't take breaks enough, I don't stand up at all, and then I'd stream for like 8 straight hours, right, just doing art and stuff. So I think I got to set some like limits and boundaries and stuff, and just like call a time at which I'm going to stop, and then like forcefully stop myself from streaming anymore when I hit the time mark. But yeah, it's just learning. Again, I mean, it was just kind of one of those things where, you know, when you don't have a job or nothing, it's like, I can just sit and stream the whole time because I ain't going nowhere. I got nothing to do. I can just chill. I'm making artwork. I'd be doing this either with nobody watching or, you know, having zero entertainment value, or I'd just be sitting here by myself doing it. So why not put it on stream, right? Makes sense. Have other people join me. Hang out. I mean, I think it kind of like streaming helped me kind of like get my bona fides a little bit with like talking to people and stuff on stream in particular, because like I went in and did a bunch of like esports casting and stuff for a little bit. Oh, for sure. I mean, chatting and stuff with people is always kind of fun too on the streams and whatnot. And the really cool thing is like doing these art streams and stuff, like artists will start coming in, and like when I was first like learning how to do sculpt and, you know, learning Zbrushed and stuff, and even like learning a little bit more into 3D code and stuff, there were people coming in here like just dropping knowledge bombs left and right, and it was awesome. Like I was trying to do some like really high-end sculptures into like texture baking and that sort of stuff, and I learned a lot from those people that like hopped in and were dropping like, you know, knowledge on like how to do the art and stuff and like techniques and everything. So it was really cool. I mean, I think no, I think Blender is actually quite good. A lot of artists that I know are starting to actually switch over to Blender, more or less. Blender's also free, which is great. Like, very good tool to learn on. I think Blender is a great tool to cut teeth on, man. I mean, like, I do think if you're trying to break into the industry, I think there's other tools that you do need to learn along the way. But I think Blender's a great way to start learning stuff. So I do not think you're hindering yourself or hurting yourself by learning off of Blender at all, no. You know, certain tools do certain tasks that you need to have accomplished in ways that some people can learn a lot easier. So, you know, like, some people really like Blender for retopology. Some people really like TopoGun for retopology. You know, some people use 3D Studio Max or 3D Coat for topology. You know, it's what is the tool that you learn and feel most comfortable with is kind of a thing. So, but there are some industry standards that also exist, like ZBrush for high poly work, right? If you're going to do like really high resolution clothing, you know, is it like if you're doing like clothing and stuff, is it Marmoset, or not Marmoset, but is it Marvelous Designer? Do you need to learn those sorts of things, right? Like what are the tools that you need to do to accomplish the job, kind of thing. So But again, starter tools are always very important. So that's one of the things where I think Blender is, again, very worth, because it's the price tag is well worth getting into. You can learn off of it. I think the tools and experiences that you learn will translate into other programs as you go. And then I definitely would see if you could pick up, if you want to do, again, if you want to do like really high hand painting stuff, definitely 3D code is something I would learn. Just because it's very, very good at hand painting things. But if you're not going to go towards that, then you're going to want to actually get like Substance Painter, you know, and pay the money for that and then pick up that. Just because it is a kind of the standard for generating, you know, PBR textures and stuff. And obviously Photoshop is a good tool to have, but you could pick up the free version of that would be called Krita, Krita. That's a free like open source version of Photoshop, and it's pretty close to the same thing. So also highly recommend that if you want to stay in that like starter area. I think it's a really strong program. So don't think it's like, oh, this tool you just need to learn it and then you can throw it. I mean, like Krita is pretty strong. So I use Photoshop just because I own it. I have a perpetual license that I bought way back, and so like I use that all the time. But yeah, highly recommend Krita. Very good. That's for like 2D stuff and texture painting and that sort of deal. As well for like photo editing and such. All right, so I do think my stop time is going to be 11. So we got about 30 more minutes to hang and chill and do stuff and whatnots. Pizza has been acquired by Azukin. Nice. Always good. Oh, Zook and I add a nice little extra to our giant's beard. Oh, little dude in there. True. Yeah, the hard part about the main hard part is if you use those tools and you kind of like build up a workflow, like having to translate that workflow can be a real pain in the butt because you're going to like want to do certain things. You're like, how do I do this in this program or that program? And it can be like a real pain in the butt to sometimes transfer those things. But yes, I think Zukin is right. Is once you learn how to model and you understand how that works, yeah, it transfers through, to different programs and stuff. It's just the workflow might vary a little bit based on, what you're doing. Also true. Sometimes the studio will be like, you're using this now, and then you have to learn it. I mean, I will say, though, I shouldn't say it exactly this way, but I mean, like, we are slowly approaching the point at which it does not matter at which you model a thing. As long as you put it in FBX, you should be able to do most things that are needed. The real challenge comes down to needing to know the software in case you need to make adjustments on things after they've been rigged. So that way you can change things and not impact too much stuff. But, the ability to just copy-paste skin weights too also exists, so it's kind of a... Oh, joy. It's one thing I have to get back into the habit of is like, keep checking chat. Make sure nobody's chit-chatting in here. Or that I can at least respond to them. When I first was starting out, though, I was so bad at that. I'd work for like 2 hours or something and be like, oh no, people were talking to me and I didn't say nothing. Yeah, right? It's like, oof, not a good look. Ooh. I think I'm out of room there. Oh, yeah, I am. All right. So here's how we're going to handle that. I'm going to fake that this is turning earlier. And then I'm going to have this go over his shoulder. Boom. No one will ever know. I mean, technically it should be fine. I'm going to lock the giant layer so I can't paint on it and I can only paint on the cloth. That's probably smart. Save me some headache in the future. Yeah, I probably have about, how much time would I put on this dude? Probably about a day and a half left of, like, time to, like, get everything. You know, I still have, like, some areas here that I want to, like, paint the wrinkles in correctly and get that modeled out. I still have to do all of the hair on his freaking body hair. So that'll be a whole process going through that. So I want to say, like, a day, day and a half, 2 days left, roughly, on this guy to, like, do the first like call for, hey, do I need feedback? What's going on? You know, do I need to make any adjustments kind of thing? And then from there, make those adjustments or changes based on like what that feedback is. And then seek approval, I think, that'll be once I get done with all those. So I think I'm probably about 3 days in total, I want to say, because I don't think adjustments are going to be so great that I have to like redo the character or anything insane like that. But it's kind of one of those things where it's like, what what changes do come down the pipe, because it's all based on what people feel or want or are thinking. So I wonder if I should do this. Okay, so I would go this way, and then I want the tassel to like come out here and then hang down, I think. I mean, once again, it's fine. Changes are part of doing the adjustments and stuff. Yep, we're going hyper realistic, boys. Frickin' time to start doing PBR. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start buying assets to flip them, just so we can start catching back up on the content. Let's jump on the Unity store, see what we can get. We should add some pizza into our game, Zukin, and call it saucy bread. Because we got foods and stuff, and I think we should make saucy bread a thing. And then it's just a pizza, but that's what they call it in our game, because it's technically, I don't think they had pizzas back then. Yup, you can do pineapple saucy breads. Yep, if you put pineapple on the saucy bread, all mobs aggro to you in the zone. Instant hostile. It actually flags you for PvP automatically, even on non-PvP servers. You just instantly become killable. Brutal. No, I think if you do the pineapple on the saucy bread, then you instantly are marked as a blasphemer, and then you become a fallen version of your class. And you are, once again, shunned by all except the evil denizens, and you have to go live in the crypts. And nobody will give you quests. And you become a killable mob. The quest will be kill the denizens of the pineapple saucy bread peoples. It's still worth. Orcs were cursed by the saucy bread. There you go. New lore. Orcs were cursed by the gods because they put pineapple on the saucy bread. See, this is why I think the cook pot idea is such a great thing. Because somebody could technically, if we did have pineapple, throw pineapple into the cook pot and everybody could be offended about it. When you're sitting around the frickin' group fire for buffs and you're like, hey, I brought pineapple, and you throw that in there and you're like, what's wrong with you? You're that guy. I will say that Netflix has a new series called Delicious Dungeon, and it's about a bunch of dungeon delvers, you know, that adventurers that go into this dungeon and they eat and cook all the monsters in there. It's pretty fun show. I like it. It's very fun. Pretty well animated. Very enjoyable. Actually, a series on Netflix that I like. Alright. Got that cape looking a little bit better there, so that's helpful. Alright. I'm gonna get rid of our little beard guy in here, because I want to go get some other bits. Oh yeah, that's right. I still have to do the rest of the... Oh no, I did it! I had forgotten I had worked a little bit on the hair back here. Howdy! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, I should turn symmetry on. That's probably a good idea. I feel kind of bad because I said I'm going to stop at 11, so I've got probably about like 5 more minutes left. But we can hang out for this a little bit of time, which is always good. Oh no, we still have about 5 minutes until 11, roughly, sadly. Maybe I can push it a little bit longer. We'll add another 20 minutes. We'll add 20 minutes. I know I said I wasn't going to do that, but I will do that. So that way we can keep rolling just a little bit longer. Got to make your time worth it, you know. If you're going to hang out with me, I'll hang out with you a little bit longer. Why not? Ooh. Nope. See, now that we have all the hair strands kind of in here, which I have to clean up a little bit in the back here, it's a little bit, one of the more challenging things about hair is when you have, like, I call it butterflying, where if you paint on one side, it happens on the other, right? Like butterflies' wings. One of the hard things about hair is because you can get these, like, these little, like, spears, and then, like, if you do, like, out, you get, like, the little V's. But I prefer, like, when you're in behind that you do, like, a V-split instead. Just because it moves your eye away from the center line instead of it being, like, towards the center line. Whereas a lot of people don't pay attention to that, and they just texture things down into itself, and then you get, like, these weird, like, unnatural V's. So it's like, what do you do with that? You pull the eye away from where you want to go, so that way you can kind of like get your eye moving away from that. You can also make sure that when your lines kind of don't touch the center, so that way you can kind of pull that away, and then as you do that, you kind of get like a little bit of that feathering away from it, right? And then I can pull that into these longer strands that kind of just run down. Got to be a little bit careful for that wishbone, right? That wishbone kind of look. But if you get it kind of nice and steep enough, you can kind of start pulling those hairs through. Yeah, a little bit about that hair, this hair stuff, especially when you're on the seam, is just about, you know, massaging stuff out so that way you can kind of get, trying to hide that seam as much as possible, right? Through highlights and irregular painting and, you know, trying not to make it look too strandy and that sort of thing, so. Yeah, for sure. Well, you got to thank Zukin. He's the one that was like, hey, you want to do dual stream, and got that all started. So, yeah. Appreciate you being here. I hope that I'm going to be able to do some streaming tomorrow. It'll be a little, probably around like the 5 p.m. mark, I want to say. Yeah, probably somewhere around 5. Fingers crossed on that. Oh yeah, that reminds me too. I got a workout. One of my friends is hosting a workout sesh in the morning at like 8 o'clock. Super excited. I'm normally not conscious until 10, so I'm half thinking about ditching, but they also asked if I wanted to go, so I was like, ugh. I don't like 8 o'clock. I don't like that at all. So I guess I can wake up tomorrow and really hurt, and that's fine. Might be one of those power nap days. Because I don't know about y'all, but I'm not a morning workout person either. Like, if I work out in the morning, like, I am dead for the rest of the day. So, super excited. I'm going to have to, like... One thing when I do workouts and stuff, too, like boot camp workout stuff, it's like, I don't really go half. It's like full tilt the whole time. So yeah, I burn myself out for the rest of the day, which is normally bad. So I might have to pace myself. Hell yeah, that hair be looking mighty fine so far. I just want that really thin strand right here. There we go. It's always kind of weird when you're doing textures and stuff like this too, is like you get these like shapes that all of a sudden you kind of see and you're like, ooh, I want to pull that shape out more, right? Like, how do I pull that out of the background or bring it to the foreground, right? But a lot of that is just like getting your highlights in, getting your shadows in, right? And then you can kind of get the shapes that you want to have and flow. But a little bit of that is just doing like a little bit of scribbling and stuff, and then you kind of like find pull the shape out of that, right? So, or you know, add that little bit of detail or strand or whatever. Like here, it's like adding those, you know, continuations of shape and strands and stuff. Like right here, there's like a nice little strand right in here. I can see the line that I had made previously, but I want to like pull that out into more definition. So it's kind of coming in here and just marking that out. But then like I want it to be, I like this a little bit like larger shape, so I'm gonna like keep that a little bit larger. But what I'll do is up here, I'll pull like a little split and then let it kind of like fade out right here. So that way I can kind of chunk stuff up too. Again, there's a nice little strand running through here into this shadow, but I want there to be more detail in here, right? I don't want to just go into black, right? Because I've got a couple of these instances where like you can see the hair just like ends in dark. That's just because I was painting out the reference shape and stuff, and I haven't really come back here and detail any of this. So a little bit of this will be, you know, first I want to see where I'm at. Oh yeah, I should have a little bit of room there, yeah. Alright, what's going on here? Oh, I am at the edge. Okay. Oh, I wonder if there's like a... Let's turn off all this stuff. There we go. The cape was covering it up. I see. Alright, so you turn back on the giant and the shawl. There. Oh, nope. It's the shawl. That's what's killing it. Okay, I'll have to adjust that geo in the future. I do work on other games as well. I can't really talk about those games because those are under NDA. But the previous games that I've worked on, there's one out right now on Steam called Due Process. Although the support for that has dwindled greatly, and it's a multiplayer-only game, and the population for that game has gone down so drastically it's going to be hard to get games. But if you ever want to check it out, the art style in that game is one of my favorites, so... I did a lot of character work in that game too, which was super fun. So I'm actually working on a high poly version of one of the character designs that I had made for that game, but never released that. Like, I never even showed off the design for that character at the studio at all. It was kind of on my spare time, so I just rolled that over into a character that was for me instead. But yeah, I've worked on MX versus ATV Unleashed and ATV Untamed. I worked on the Cars video games based off of the movies Cars, so I got to work for Pixar for a little bit. Well, it was contracted under my old studio, but... and then I worked on Cars Major National. And then after that, I worked on... I ended up getting hired over in Austin, which is where I'm at now. But I worked on King's Isle on Wizard 101. So that was like a kids-friendly MMO that was out for a bit. And still out and still doing good, so that's always awesome. But then I went over and moved out to Seattle and worked on Due Process for about 4.5 to 5 years. And then got picked up at a studio back here in Austin because I missed living in Austin. And so I decided I was going to move back, and because it was just like, I thought Seattle would be the best place ever. It was on my top places to go, so I ended up moving there, and living there, it wasn't my jam. So, but I really missed Austin. Like, every day I was in Seattle, I continually thought about moving back to Austin. So, made that a high priority, so I ended up getting a job back here. Working with one of my buddies, and he ended up getting a job over at Blizzard. So he left, but I'm still working at this studio and stuff. So it's been cool. You know, it's a lot of learning stuff because it's a lot higher end stuff that they want, right? They want like a lot of like, you know, Substance Painter and PBR textures and super high fidelity stuff, so I'm running through a lot of that. But yeah, a lot of sculpting and stuff. It's kind of one of those things where like I really enjoy hand painting things. That's one thing I get a real kick out of doing that. I very much enjoy it too. I could sit and just whittle away on a hand paint texture for days, right? And just be content. But, yeah, I hope this project really blows up with Monsters and Memories, because, you know, it'd be fun to work on this game. I would like to be able to just go, hey, I found another studio, you know, I'm going to go work on Monsters and Memories, that sort of thing. But, like, for now, it's fine. I don't mind. The job I got is a great one, and I hope I'm doing great work for them, too. And, yeah. It's just a preference, right? I mean, people can like different places. That's okay. People can not like Austin, too. That's fine. I just have a lot of friends here, and that was one of the things that I moved out to Seattle. I had no friends network or anything. And I'll be real, everybody's like, oh, was it the weather in Seattle that got you? Was it because it was too cold? I'm like, I'm from Wisconsin originally, right? And I'm used to 6 months of just brutal weather. So no, it wasn't really that. And I actually prefer cloudy days, because then I literally went from the most brutal place to live, which is technically that's Nebraska or something. But I mean, Wisconsin's can be pretty tough in terms of the cold and snow and all that sort of stuff. But then I literally moved to Arizona, because that's where the art school that I wanted to was located at. And so I was going to Arizona for a while. So I was literally went from brutally cold to brutally hot. And Austin is literally right in between those two things, except for the cold isn't as bad, you know, but it can get brutally hot. But I'm fine with all of those things. But yeah, Seattle, it wasn't so much the weather. It was really the people. And I'm not saying the people there are terrible. I'm just saying the main thing about living there is that people can be pretty icy there, you know? They'll talk to you and they'll be friendly and all that sort of jazz, right? That's all normal. But, like, they don't want anything to do with you, you know? And that was one thing where it was, like, it became very difficult to make friends out there because, like, nobody wants to... They'll give you the pleasantries and all the yada-yadas, right? But they don't really, like, they're not interested, you know? So it made it kind of tough living out there because I went out there with all the, like... I'm a mostly personable person, so I went out there with a lot of zeal and zest, and by the 5th year, I was like, I just want to be out of here. I just, you know. The other issue is, like, that place is already built up, right? Seattle is, like, on a peninsula, basically. And so you've got, you know, water edge to water edge, and it is developed out, like, to the maximum that it can possibly be. Unless you start bulldozing the houses that are out there and just putting in, like, larger condos and or massive frickin' buildings, right? That are multiple stories that can house people upwards, because that's the only way they have to go. Word, I'll take a look at them after the stream there, Corvid. But yeah, I mean, for me, it was just more of the one thing I can say is if you love nature and being out in nature and stuff, Seattle is great. It is a beautiful place to go and visit, like, absolutely lovely. You know, the weather, if you go in, like, the summertime and stuff, it'll be freaking amazing, you know. That's the one thing I can say. Their summer times are phenomenal. There's, like, wild blueberries in, like, July, August, right? The blueberries come out, and it is phenomenal, right? I go pick wild blueberries and make muffins and pies and all kinds of crazy shit, right? Like, it was great. To just, like, walk around and, like, I could walk, like, half a block down and just walk into the woods. And there's a bunch of trails that were in that section, but it was like this giant, just wooded area that I could just go walk out and be in nature, and it was very nice. And the bugs weren't terribly horrible or anything like that, so, you know. Yeah, exactly, right? But yeah, I mean, overall, it was an okay place to live, but it was not my jam. And I mean, maybe it was like the area that I lived, or that I didn't have any connections out there, or, I mean, it could be a myriad of things that kind of like, I missed all the friends that I had already made here, right? Like, all those other factors kind of played into it, so I don't want to, like, just shit talk Seattle and say it was terrible, because, I mean, like, I had some breathtaking views where I'd, like, walk out of my apartment, walk a block down, and there's Mount Rainier just chilling out in the distance. And you're like, that's pretty cool, you know? Or there's, like, this little spot where I could look down into, like, the harbor, and there was just, like, all these boats and, like, the trees and the fall color and all that jazz. It was just, like, it was beautiful. Like, I gotta say, the area that I lived was very pretty. And you can say that for, like, 90%. The problem is if you're like, hey, I want to go cross town to go to this brewery or go check out this exhibit or do whatever, it's like, okay, well, budget, like, 3 hours into your time because it's going to be at least, just to get, like, the 20 minutes I wanted to go across town was, like, an hour. And then it's find parking. Okay, so you're either going to pay through the nose for parking or spend another, like, 15, 20 minutes trying to find parking. And then when you get that, okay, so now you finally got to your destination, like, an hour and 20 to 30 minutes into your journey, right? And you're like, oof. It just became a chore just to get anywhere. And I think that's kind of what gave me the bad vibes, where it's like, I also like to drive very much. And that is not a thing you can do out there in Seattle. It isn't. So, like, ultimately, I ended up biking a lot of places, which, you know, I'm a very fit person, so I don't mind. But it just, okay, if it's raining or stuff now, it's a pain in the butt because I really don't want to ride my bike out in the rain, and you're doing all this other stuff, and it kind of just became a series of things for me. But overall, like, again, like, everybody be like, oh, it's cloudy and rainy. I'm like, it's freaking cloudy and rainy. I love it, you know? So I'm going to go hang out indoors and do some drawing or something. Or, you know, I'll go to this other place and, you know, definitely had rain poncho. You know, I had my getting a really good rain jacket required in Seattle. Having a bunch of hoodies requires a myriad of hoodies. My hoodie count went way up while I was out there. But yeah, hoodie weather. Yeah, dude. I don't know. I prefer, that's the one thing I do like about Austin is, yeah, it can be pretty warm out here. But, dude, I can be, what was it? February, it was like 60 plus degrees outside. And I can just, and right now, like today, it was like lovely 70s weather, But, I mean, dude, that's like just after Christmas. And I'm like, I'm out in shorts and I can go do outdoor workouts if I want. Or go for a run and it's no big deal. And it's just lovely out. It's just like, I'll take that, Summers can be brutal. It's true, But, I mean, that's what air conditioning is for, right? And I will say, when the summers got hot in Seattle, oof, that city, that island effect got gnarly out there. Like, it was unkind when because there was a couple of summers. Like, it was like, we had record-setting heat. It was 108 in Seattle. And that was just brutal because a lot of places out there, a lot of the older buildings, don't have air conditioning. And they don't have fans either. Like, they don't have ceiling fans. That's weird, but I digress. I got lucky enough that my landlord was like, she was like showing off an apartment to somebody, and I was like chit-chatting with her, and she goes, hey, do you, it's going to be like 108 in a couple of days. And she's like, do you want an AC unit? I'm like, how much for it? And she's like, no, just one of the tenants left it. Do you want it for free? I'm like, gimme. She's like, you want help carrying it? I'm like, nope, I'm good. I got this. Pardon me, excuse me, I'm coming through. It's going to be 108 and I might die. But yeah, super fun. It was an adventure. That's what I went for. I went out there because it was a new studio. It was a new chance to see what I could do. It was a senior position for the position that I wanted. Got to work with some crazy talented kids. They were working on like a project that was like they had started in their school or whatever, and then they got funded. And like that's pretty rare, and that's pretty cool. But yep, yeah, I did as much in that game as I could, but just couldn't turn the corner. That was the only downer for that game. Which is, it's still alive, it still exists. It'll probably be around until, I don't know, forever. The one kid that was working on it, the main creator, the dev Alex, right? I call him a kid because he's like 20 something, right? And it's kind of his first game. I think he'll always have servers up for it, but it's just how many people will play it. But yeah, like I said, it was an adventure, and it was my chance to like really like figure stuff out on the character side on my own for myself, to be able to set up a full character pipeline from start to finish. So that was kind of cool. I mean, coming from Wisconsin and having lived in Wisconsin, I will say it was honestly very similar. It just had more people. That's the only difference between like Madison, Minnesota, right? Just there's so many more people in Seattle, like stupidly more. So yeah. Yeah. Nope, no worries. I thought you were just being very poignant. No, for sure. Well, and again, it was one of those things where it was a new opportunity, a new chance to go see a city that I had never gone to before. And I stand corrected. I went and visited my friend out there once when he was out there. Oh, and this is a great story. So he's like, I was like, yeah, I got this interview out in Seattle. Mind if I come and stay with you? He's like, sure, dude. Yeah, totally. So I went and visited my really good friend. He was one of my best friends from college. You know, like same dude. We'd watch Powerpuff Girls and do art and have just jokes and watch movies and shit and just have a freaking blast, right? And so he goes, yeah, come on out. You can stay with me and like go to the interview and I'll drive you around, just show you around town, this, that, and the other, right? And it was great. And so I get done with the interview and we get back and I'm talking to him. I'm like, dude, I friggin' nailed it, dude. I'm getting this job, right? And I'm like, I'm moving out to Seattle because we had, since college, it had been like 11 years. Because he had been living up in Seattle for like ever. And so I was like, finally, and I kept telling him, like, I'm going to get a job out there and then we're going to be able to buddy around. And it's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. You can already see where this is going, I'm sure. And so, a week later, I get a call. Hey, we're going to hire you out here, right? Cool. All right, let's friggin' do it, And I message my buddy and I go, yo, I got the job. I'm moving to Seattle. And he's like, oh, buddy, that's awesome for you. I got horrible news. I got a job in Chicago, and it's with NetherRealms because he's a special effects artist, and I'm just like so stoked for him that he got that job. Like, I couldn't be mad because if you're working on Mortal Kombat and you're a special effects artist, that is literally like the holy grail of special effects. So I can't be like upset because it's like that is the quintessential dream job for anybody that wants to do special effects. You want to make blood, make blood. You want to make acid, make acid. You want to make electricity, make electricity. You want to make fire, here's fire, right? Like it is a special effects smorgasbord, right? Like you just get special effects everywhere. And he's really all into the super gory kind of stuff too. Loves watching horror films and shit. Like, really cool dude. But I digress. So I go, what? Okay, cool. Well, I'll get into town and then we can hang out for a little bit before you go. And I go, what day are you flying, or what day are you moving out? And he's like, oh, it's on August 20th. I swear to God, the same day I was moving into the state. I was like, oh, well, maybe we can hang out for a couple of hours before you move out, right? Because I'm going to get in at like around like 3 o'clock. And he's like, oh, I'm leaving at like noon. I'm like, you got to be shitting me. Literally, like, it was like 3 hours difference on the same day. He had lived there for 11 years. How does that happen? I could have, but it would have been really far away from where I was working was the only downer. He had a great apartment in a pretty good area, but it's cool. I actually found a really dope location, really good price. And it's gonna blow your mind. It is expensive to live out there. My apartment was $1,900 a month for an apartment that was like, it was technically a 2-bedroom and a main room with a kitchen in it, but the second room was barely enough you could put a king-size bed in there and it took up the whole room. So it was an office and my main room, but I got it for the same price as like the other model that they had, which was like a 1-bedroom. And I needed that extra room, so it helped greatly. And the landlord was nice enough to give me it for the same price. And I was like, yeah. And it came with parking. And at $1,900 with parking in Seattle is really good. So yeah, I was pretty stoked on the place I had. Yeah, actually, my buddy came out to visit me a couple, probably last month before. We ended up going to see, it was a band called The Dead South. Fantastic band. Super good. Great show, too. But he's like, I want to go see this band called The Dead South. I'm really into it. Guy that's super into death metal, loves bluegrass music, go figure. But, I just get chuckles out of that. But anyway, yeah, loves Dead South. I'm not really big into bluegrass, but I do love music, so I was able to very much enjoy the show anyway. But yeah, super fun show. They were a very enjoyable group for sure. They put on an entertaining show. I think that's the main thing. Yeah, see, I had never even heard of them until he brought them up and then, like, went to the show. And I was like, and he's like, oh, did you listen to the music? I'm like, no, dude, I'm coming in brand new. I want to hear what these guys got. And I'll tell you, their live show is just as good as the music that's on the disc. So, yeah. Yeah, for sure. No, super talented. Like I said, listening to them live is just, or watching them live and getting to listen to them live is just a spectacle. Yeah, no kidding, they're Canadian. Yeah, that also blew my mind when he's like, did you know they're Canadian? I'm like, no, but it's also feels weird listening to a bunch of the Canadians sing you know, bluegrass South music in Texas. Great show, though. Great show. Oh, really? Oh, I don't think they did that when we were there. I would have frickin' had it. That would have been great. Love it. That'd been super fun. I'll have to check that out then. Look that up real quick. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know it's big all. Shoot, a lot of people listen to bluegrass, man. It's just something that I've never was really into and didn't really listen to. But I was just, yeah, like I said, listen to them. I was pretty blown away because I didn't think I'd overly enjoy it. But again, I was just going to support my buddy and thought it'd be good. But yeah, it was an impressively good show. I will say the groups that were in the, you know, the encore or no the starter shows, right? Not as good. Was not into that. So I mean, Dead South really showed what that style of music could do over the other bands that were kind of like, you know, the early showcase. Yeah. Yup. Hey, I mean, again, living in Wisconsin, you got 6 months to just chill out in the snow, man. I think that's probably why I do a lot of art. Because what were you going to do in the wintertime? Nothing. Draw a lot. Paint a lot. Do that sort of stuff. Because it's cold outside. Go skiing maybe on occasion. That was always fun. That's one thing I do kind of regret a little bit when I was in Seattle, because I was still kind of getting used to everything, but I should have, well, also kind of like around that time, the last couple of years I was there was also COVID times, which did not help things either. But yeah, I should have gone skiing a couple times when I was up in Seattle. I hear they've got a lot of good skiing up there, and I love to ski. Yeah, they are. You're not wrong. They sure haven't gotten any more affordable, that is for certain. But still, I should have gone to like a ski shop or something and like just booked a trip on a bus or something, ridden up with just a bunch of randos and gone skiing for a day and then come back down, right? Like that would have been pretty smart. And I still kind of kick myself over like, I should have friggin' done that, you dummy. But doesn't mean I can't always go back maybe for a trip in the future and just go to Seattle, you know, get a thing up, like a ride up there or something, and then go skiing for a couple of days or some shit. It'd be fun. That is the one thing I do have to say. So, like, having lived in Phoenix, you know, it's one of the cool bits about Phoenix is if you live in Phoenix proper, or like my parents got a house in Scottsdale, right? Like, because I'd been living out in Arizona for a little bit, and they're like, they'd been living in Wisconsin, right? And they're like, we want a place that doesn't have weather. I'm like, I got a place that I can sell you. Sell you on, right? Because like they don't have no weather out there. Yeah, dude. I wanted them to look. I'll be real. Like having looked at them, I did want them to like look a little bit greasy and you know, yeah, a little bit of that nightclub owner kind of look, just because they'd be out in the desert the whole time. It's not like they're washing their hair or nothing. So yeah, I wanted to have that like slight part down the side and stuff. I thought it'd be pretty dope. But anyway, yeah, so they ended up getting their house out in Arizona, right? So whenever I get to go visit, all I have to do is drive an hour north. I'm in, like, Prescott and up at Flagstaff, and they got a ski hill up there. I drive from the desert into the frickin' mountains. It's great. And it's only an hour away. It's frickin' amazing. Get to go skiing. Well, that's kind of why I'm giving some of these options here on the beard and stuff, because like even if the hair is normal, you know, like if I can turn off the mustache, right, that gives us another look, right? We could have a bald dude, you know, and then, you know, it gives us a lot of options here for, you know, what we got, you know, for characters and whatever. And so we can definitely like switch up some of the options here, right? Strongman competition. Strong. But yeah, so it gives us some options to be able to play with for the characters and stuff and how we wanna have them, right? So yeah. That's kind of why I built it this way, so we could have some flexibility and feel, right? Yeah, exactly. That was the whole idea, is like come in and try to give us a little bit more variety and that sort of thing. So yeah, hopefully I just have to do more with the hairiness. That's like past basically alpha, just to see what it looks like and stuff. But yeah, still a lot more to go on that. But yeah, got the turban hat in a really good spot now. Still needs just a little bit more editing, but I think overall it's in a real good spot. And then Did a lot of work on the cloth and such, so that way that should be feeling a lot better too, which is good. Still just need to clean up a little bit of the highlight spots and stuff overall, but I think it's in a really good spot there. But I got like all his capes and stuff done. I got a little bit more done on his hair, which was nice. Still need to do a little bit on the skirt here, but overall I think that's fine. Yeah, but I think he's starting to feel pretty good. Cloth is feeling a lot better, a lot softer. That's good as well. Got his little cloak cape thing painted in, so we can have that as well. So lots of options here for stuff if we want to have it, you know, depending on what we want to do. So. Yeah, well, I mean, as long as we kind of come in with the intention of doing more customization or just variant options for stuff, I think we'll be in great shape, right? Yeah, exactly. Just imagine walking into like the giant encampment, right? And if you set up the models right, you can have like at the minimum like 5 different variations, right? This is 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you have 4 or 5. You can probably get about 10 or 15 combinations, really, like where you're using the skirt, shawl, you know, beard, no mustache, hat, right? All of those variations. Even if you just want to do the ones with the turban and no feather, and they're just walking around with like the basic versions, right? Suddenly you have a lot of different, you know, variation that we can build into these dudes. Plus, you know, the color variation as well, right? I also even have it so like they can have belts or not belts, right? So if I turn this like little skirty doodle off too, all right, like I need to clean up a little bit in here, but I mean, like technically we can really make some bare bones dudes, you know. So yes, these guys are the sand giants. Yeah, I'm unsure what their weapon. I mean, like technically, they'll just punt you into oblivion, is what I'm assuming. But yeah. I believe that we do have plans to make completely different versions of giants based on the zones that they live in. Yes, I think that is the primary goal. The one nice thing is we'll be able to use probably this model and then just modify the heck out of it. So if it's like, as example, oh, we're going to do a mountain giant and they're like really thin and spindly, we can literally just take this geo and scale it thin and then like build it out the way that we want, or give them longer arms or legs or whatever, but we can use basically this model and then just modify that and then get the correct shape that we want for that mob type, and then just basically clean up the unwraps and stuff and do the same thing over. The one tough part is I have his toes individually, so if I like tried to paint sandals, it would be sandals with just basic toes on there. So I'm not sure. But yeah, he's got toesies. which kind of, you know, makes it so I can't do that with the sandals, technically. I mean, like, if we really needed to, I guess I could weld all these together again and then give him sandals, but I feel like we lose a little bit of, like, the coolness that these actually has toes, you know. Yeah. Oops. The cloak is still there. Funny. Yeah, that's one thing too, is we wanted to give him a full cloak. We have that option too, because I've got like legit a cloak back here, right? But yeah, all right. Well, we made great progress. I still want to do a little bit more, like beating up the skin a little bit more around the character entirely. I also want to do another pass on that hair, obviously. So I do want to do one more skin pass over him to kind of give him like the treatment I have on the hands and stuff here. And then, yeah, go through and do the hair as well. Yeah, but we're getting there. I mean, he's made great progress in the last, like, what, three streams that we've done in totality. So, yeah, it's getting there. But, alright, I went way over time. I added another hour, but I think I'm ready to call it here at the stroke of midnight. So, I do appreciate everybody for hanging out and, you know, joining Zukin early on and joining me as well for doing the art streams and stuff. And really do appreciate y'all for hanging out and watching all this time. So, those of you that hung in here for the whole dang time, yeah. Yeah, right? Come on in. I'll show you what you're missing here at the Sand Giants bar, right? But yeah, y'all, appreciate you for being here. I'll see you in the next one. Hopefully I'm going to stream tomorrow around 5. That's what I'm going to be gunning for. If I can't make it, sorry, but I definitely will try to stream on Sunday. 100%. I should have time then, but tomorrow is going to be a little bit short. But yeah, all right. Thanks all for stopping by. See you later.